Hello and welcome to my video. If I begin by pausing, you can see I've got Kotemon at level 79 with 5,908 HP, 3,524 MP and over 600,000 bits. In the items, I've got a water chip and a TNT ball. Weapons, I've got Zandon sword ×2. Armour, I've got tin helmet, tin Mao. Accessories, power gem ×2, water power 1. And the important items, I've got tree boots, fishing pole, red snapper, Eldorado ID, and folder bag. If I go to status, then you can see at power 822, defense 719, spirit 999, wisdom 983, speed 972, charisma 442, 20 TP points. You can see what my tolerances are. You can see what weapons and armors and accessories I have equipped. You can see how much experience Kotemon has got, over 400,000. And as for my Digivolutions, I've got level 99 GranKuwagamon with Impact Rush loaded. I've got Greymon at level 75 with double power loaded. My Ultismon at level 99 with armour off loaded. And if I speak to Pixiemon, then you can see the other Digivolutions, the other Digimon that I've got. So Dinohumon, Greymon, XVmon, Metal Greymon, Kayakimon, Wargreymon, Metal Mummemon, Skull Greymon, Guardian Angemon, Black Wargreymon, Stingmon, Kyubimon, Taumon, Pyaldramon, Carbuterimon, Digitarnomon, Devimon, Myotismon, Imperialdramon, Malomyotismon, Imperialdramon Fighter Mode, GranKuwagamon, and Diaboromon. And at the moment, I'm only at the very beginning of the game. In fact, I haven't even taken on Master Tyrannomon at the Tyranno Valley, nor have I taken on Pharomon at the Protocol Ruins, but I have spent a lot of time getting myself overpowered. I've done a lot of grinding, which has resulted in me getting Kotemon up to level 79, getting the Digivolutions that I've got, and having the stats that I've got. This is an overpowered run where I will be completing Digimon World 2003, Kurt included. So as well as defeating Galacticmon, I'm also going to be doing the bonus stuff afterwards, exclusive to Digimon World 2003, which includes defeating Kurt. And the purpose of this run is just for it to be entertaining, because I should breeze through most of the game and really thrash the Digimon that I go up against, and so I'm hoping that this will prove to be entertaining. And this commentary that you're listening to is post commentary. All of the recording was done before the commentary. I'm speaking, and I'm currently watching this back through as I'm talking, and here we go up against Master Tyrannomon. And having Greymon and Myotismon is only something that I'm doing for this one individual fight, and you'll see why I've chosen those two Digimon. Thanks to Greymon having double power loaded, we can do double power to increase our physical strength. Thanks to Myotismon having armor off loaded, we can do armor off to weaken Master Tyrannomon's physical defense. By doing both techniques 3 times, my attack is going to be very high, his defense is going to be very low, and then we can do serious damage by using Impact Rush with GranKuwagamon with the stats that we've got. But after this, I'm going to have 2 different Digimon. I'm going to keep GranKuwagamon, but I'm going to have 2 different Digimon because they're a better choice. I just had Greymon and Myotismon because I just wanted to start off the first battle with a real thrashing. So here we go. And we've done over 10,000 damage. If I wanted to, I could keep Greymon and Myotismon in, so that I could continue to make my attack superior and the enemy's defense inferior, but I didn't want to do that all the way through. I thought it would become tedious and boring, so I thought I would just do it once against Master Tyrannomon so that you could see it in action. But here onwards I'm going to be having different Digimon who, on the whole, are much better choices than Greymon and Myotismon. Because double power and armor off will only come in handy when physical attacks are being used, but I'm going to be using non-physical attacks as well. And it has taken a lot of grinding in order for me to get into this position, and there is more grinding to come, and I would like to fill you in on everything that's happened and everything that's going to happen, but I do also need to focus on where I am currently, so I might have to start telling you one thing and then focus on what I'm currently doing and then go back to saying what I was saying, and so you have to bear with me because you know. So change Digivolve type, take out Greymon. I'd like Black Wargreymon because of Giga Fire and Fire Field, both of which are loaded, as well as Black Dart. I am going to keep GranKuwagamon, but I'm going to have Diaboromon because I think he's the best all-round Digimon that I've currently got, and GranKuwagamon because of Impact Rush. When it comes to stats, I think Diaboromon is currently the best Digimon I've got, and by having Black Wargreymon and GranKuwagamon, I can do Fire Field, Giga Fire, and Impact Rush. So we enter the battle, and I know fire works well against this Digimon. I begin by doing Fire Field. And then Giga Fire. And it does over 6,000 damage. Tyrannomon, fire won't work quite so well here. So I use Impact Rush instead. And that did over 3,000 damage. And then Apemon, fire works well against him. And that's done over 3,000. So Impact Rush is a very strong physical attack that does multiple hits, whereas Giga Fire is a very strong special attack, magical attack, whatever you call it, and obviously it does fire damage, so it works best against Digimon who don't have a very good fire tolerance. And Impact Rush is available to me for Digimon who can tolerate fire pretty well. But Giga Fire and Impact Rush are pretty much the two best techniques that are currently available to me. From here, if I go to the East Station, it will mention about the blue card, which you have to get from Gilmon, and then if you go to the Asuka Bridge, then Keith will battle you. He will be the next main battle that I have, and then speaking to Gilmon in the Asuka City and the Forest Inn results in there being a Gilmon in the East Sector City who gives you a fake blue card. When you attempt to use it, you obviously can't operate the gondola because it's not the real blue card, so you have to return to the East Sector City, speak to a different Gilmon, then go to the Forest Inn, where you encounter the same Gilmon that gave you the fake blue card, and he then gives you the proper blue card so that you can use the gondola to go to the South Sector. I'm not going to be taking on Pharomon at any time soon, because I want to wait until I'm even more overpowered. I am obviously overpowered at the moment, but there's more grinding to come, which will result in me becoming even more overpowered, and that's why I would like to leave him until I'm even more overpowered. So I'm going to go from here to Keith to Bulbamon, and then it will be to the South Sector. So I started this game and I chose the Digimon pack, which contains Kotemon. I believe the other two Digimon are Renamon and Patamon, both of whom have been... I went to Pixiemon and put Renamon and Patamon away, so I've only got Kotemon. I did some of the initial stuff, such as collecting the random items that were lying around, getting the tree boots, which required talking to that tamer, finding their Gabumon card, giving it to them, finding out about Vmon, playing hide and seek with Vmon, finding him, he then gives us the tree boots. I also got the fishing rod as well, which required talking to the tamer who's fishing, the one who tells you about fishing, and then buying a bamboo spear from the item shop, Smith's shop, speaking to the Divermon at Divermon's lake, and getting the red snapper from him, as well as getting a spider web from Dokugumon and repeatedly defeating him until getting a spider web that enabled me to return to the tamer, and he then combined those three things to give me the fishing rod. Tree boots, fishing rod. I also defeated Triceramon over and over until getting a TNT Ball, which will come in handy for later on, when trying to get the Digi-Egg, which enables you to core Submarimon. I purchased the best weapons, armors and accessories that were available to me. I spoke to the East Sector leader at the Protocol Ruins, so that he said about Master Tyrannomon, which resulted in Master Tyrannomon being willing to battle us when approaching him. And here we are going to be battling Keith very shortly. Triceramon, don't use fire on him, so use Impact Rush instead. Over 3000 damage. Cougarmon, fire will work well against him. Let's begin by doing Fire Field. And now Giga Fire. Just shy of 2000. Coelamon, Giga Fire will be the best choice again. Same damage as what it did to Kuwagamon. So from getting into battles with Digimon and leveling up, that resulted in my charisma going up, and I was able to access the Eldorado and get the Eldorado ID, And having defeated Master Tyrannomon and the East Sector leader in Keith, I can now go to Smith's shop and I will be able to access I can obviously speak to Mr. Smith and he moves out of the way so that I can access this area. So get to the junk shop and I can now get better weapons and armors, and I've got plenty of money from all the grinding that I've done. So that increases my strength to 999, the maximum, but also lowers my speed slightly. That boosts my defense, as does this. And I can sell stuff I don't want or need. Only need one water power, and I don't need those power gems anymore, so they can be removed and sold, and I can put the I can equip the water power 1. I can sell the power gems, they're not of use anymore. So that's them gone. So as for the grinding, I started off by just sort of roaming around and defeating the basic Digimon, such as Cougarmon and Koelamon. I did that until I got a few levels under my belt, learnt the Digivolution of Diaboromon, and to begin with, the first Digimon that I grinded on was Dokugumon. You get 21 experience points for defeating him, and you also have to defeat him if you want the fishing rod, because you need him to drop a spider web. So I was killing 2 birds with 1 stone by grinding on him. I did grinding on Triceramon, because you get 30 experience points for defeating him, and you also have to get a TNT Ball from him by defeating him, so I was killing 2 birds with 1 stone by grinding on him. And I then used the fishing rod for most of the grinding that I did after that. I started off in the East Wire Forest, where I threw the rod into water and intentionally got into battles with Coelamon. You get 40 experience points every time you defeat him. Sometimes I got into battles with Cardmon instead, even though that wasn't my intention, and from beating the particular Cardmon that I was up against, I got 60 prosperity points. And then when I got to the stage where I was ready for tougher Digimon, I went to the Kicking Forest and did fishing there, and aimed for the Cardmon, not for the booster packs, but for the experience, 60 experience per each Cardmon, although I did also get into battles with Triceramon when fishing, but he gets you, but for beating Triceramon you get 58 experience, which is virtually as much as you get for the Cardmon. And when I got even better, I then started fishing at Divermon's lake and got into battles with Divermon, and he gets you 118 experience. And Divermon was the main Digimon that I did most of my grinding on. I repeatedly defeated loads of Divermons until slowly making it up to level 79, like you saw. And I made the most of the gym in order to boost my stats. But every time I trained at the gym, I made sure I succeeded completely. So what I mean by that is, before I trained at the gym, I saved at the Asuka City, went to the gym in Central Park, and when I picked to train one of my stats, I chose 10 TP points, and I made sure that I didn't foul one single time. So when boosting speed, when skipping, I made sure that I succeeded all 4 times and didn't trip over once. If I tripped over just once, then I reloaded and then went back to the gym. And if I did succeed, so if I succeeded at the skipping all 4 times without tripping over, I then went back to the city, saved, so my progress was safe, then back to the gym, and I kept going like that, where I would pick one of the stats that I wanted to increase. I would use 10 TP points, and I would make sure to succeed at it completely, not have one single failed attempt. If I failed just once, then I would reload, and I kept going like that, so that eventually I succeeded at the gym the best possible way that I could. From saving and reloading, I succeeded at everything every time that I used the gym, and because of that I was able to get much higher stats than what I would have got if I had just gone to the gym without saving and then just gave it a go and ended up failing at some of it. So that went some of the way towards me having the stats that I've got. I gained stat increases from leveling up, and I purchased weapons and armors and accessories as well. I didn't get my attack up to 999 because I knew that I would have access to the junk shop in Smith's shop after defeating just Master Tyrannomon, the East Sector leader, in Keith, and I knew that I would get quite a big attack increase from purchasing the weapon that I purchased, so I made sure that my attack was high, but not so high so that... Well, I wanted my attack to be high enough so that the purchasing of the weapon at the junk shop would put my attack up to 999. So I wanted my attack to be high, but not too high, so that I wouldn't get much of a benefit from buying the weapon that I bought at the junk shop. Because if my attack was already at 999, then the purchasing of the weapon wouldn't increase my attack. And so the TP points that were used boosting my attack effectively would have been wasted, but by doing it the way that I did it, I got my attack to the maximum by buying the weapon that I bought, and I was able to reserve my TP points for the other stats that I increased, and all of the stats are important. Physical attack means you do more physical damage. Defense being, well, better defense meaning that you take less damage when you yourself get hit. Speed increases the chances of you attacking twice in a row, increases the chances of you evading physical attacks, increases the chances of opposing Digimon not evading your physical attacks. As for Spirit and Wisdom, one of them is your special attack, so one of them affects how much damage you do with special attacks, whereas the other is kind of like speed to your special attack. It increases the chances of you blocking special attacks and increases the chances of opposing Digimon not evading when you use special attacks against them. And the reason why the grinding isn't done is because I wasn't able to get every single Digimon that I wanted, and that's because the tolerances that you've got have a role to play when it comes to Digivolutions. Sometimes you need one of your tolerances to be at a certain level in order to be able to digivolve to a certain Digimon, and simply leveling up wasn't enough for me to get the tolerances to what they needed to get to, which means that I would have to train at the gym in order to get the necessary tolerances. But the gym in the Central Park, which is the only available gym at the moment, you're only able to use it to boost attack, defense, speed, spirit and wisdom. You're not able to boost any of your tolerances, and boosting tolerances isn't something that you're able to do until later on in the game, so I wasn't able to get all the Digimon that I wanted because of my inability to get the stat requirements that were needed as far as tolerances are concerned, and that's why there's more grinding to come. And I just need to focus on this current battle. I'm against Bulbmon. I don't think it's physically possible to defeat him, because I don't think it's physically possible for his HP to fall to the minimum. I think it's fixed so that 873 is the most amount of damage that you can do, then he flees. I'm sure that that attack would have done an awful lot more than 873, but I think it's fixed so that 873 is the most that you can do. So yeah, the reason why there's more grinding to come is because later into the game, when I have access to gyms which enable me to boost my tolerances, I can then boost my tolerances and end up with the Digivolutions that I wanted to get, and that's why I've got some TP points left over, because the moment that I can get to the plug cape at the south sector, at the gym there, it's possible to increase fire tolerance, which is one of the tolerances that I need to increase, and so those TP points have been reserved for the gym in the South Cape, which I didn't have access to when grinding. I don't currently have access to it, but I will have access to it later on, and I will do more grinding once I have access to the plug cape. I need to make it past Zambomon so that I can get to Phoenix Bay, and then go from Phoenix Bay to the Effa Jungle to the plug cape where the gym is, and that grinding will be done before I take on the South Sector City leader. The leader of the South Sector City, I will do the next lot of grinding before I take her on, so that I'm more overpowered when going up against the South Sector leader. And Zambomon ahead of us is another Digimon that I don't think it's physically possible to win against on the first visit. Because his attack is fixed to do a certain percentage of damage, regardless of how much HP or defense you've got. And I think it's programmed so that his HP can't fall below a certain amount, regardless of how good your stats are or how much damage you're meant to do. I just used Giga Fire. It puts his HP under half, then he attacks, does substantial damage, then I run away. I think that's fixed. I don't think there's anything you can do about that. I seem to remember seeing a video clip where someone tried to defeat Zambomon with a counter, and the amount of damage should have been more than enough to defeat him, but it ended up doing a much smaller amount of damage, and the conclusion was that it's programmed so that Zambomon's HP can't fall under a certain amount the first time around, like with Bulbmon the first time around. So a smelly herb is required in order to make it past Zambomon naturally. So I'm going to be speaking to Sepicmon and getting his mask and giving it to him in exchange for a smelly herb, which can get us past Zambomon. And in the meantime, I'm just going to look at, because there's a Digivolution guide which I've used to help me, and I'm just going to look at it just to inform you of the grinding that needs to be done. So one Digimon that I want is Beelzemon. In order to be able to Digivolve to him, you have to get Malomyotismon and Gallantmon up to level 40, In order to learn the Digivolution of Gallantmon, you have to get Wargreymon up to level 99, and in order to be able to learn the Digivolution of Wargreymon, you have to get Growlmon up to level 50, and in order to be able to learn the Digivolution of Growlmon, you have to get Talmon up to level 50, and also have 200 fire tolerance. I wasn't able to get 200 fire tolerance, which meant not being able to have Beelzemon, but when I have access to the plug cape in the south sector, I will be able to use the gym to boost my fire tolerance, so that I will then learn the Digivolution of Growlmon. I've already got Talmon up to level 50, so once my fire makes it up to 200, I'll learn the Digivolution of Growlmon, level him up, learn the Digivolution of Wargreymon, level him up, learn the Digivolution of Gallantmon, level him up, learn the Digivolution of Beelzemon. As well as that, I also want Omnimon and Imperialdramon Paladin mode. In order to learn the Digivolution of Imperialdramon Paladin mode, you have to get Imperialdramon Fighter mode and Omnimon up to level 40. So Omnimon isn't just a target, he's also a requirement for Imperialdramon Paladin mode. In order to learn the Digivolution of Omnimon, you have to get Wargreymon and Metal Garulamon up to level 40. I've got Wargreymon up to the necessary level, but Metal Garulamon I don't have. In order to learn the Digivolution of Metal Garulamon, you need to get Metal Mummemon up to level 40 and have your machine tolerance at 200. I have gotten Metal Mummemon up to level 40, but I've not been able to get my machine tolerance up to 200, and unfortunately you can't boost your machine tolerance at the gym in the south sector. That's something that has to wait until you have access to the west sector. At the gym in the west sector, you can boost your machine tolerance, which will enable me to get my machine tolerance up to 200, learn the Digivolution of Metal Garulamon, level him up, learn the Digivolution of Omnimon, who's one of the Digimon that I want, level him up as well, and then learn the Digivolution of Imperialdramon Paladin mode. So the grinding that I'm going to do at the south sector, ahead of taking on the south sector leader, that grinding will result in me learning to Digivolve to Beelzemon, but I won't be able to learn the Digivolution of Imperialdramon Paladin mode or Omnimon. That's something that's going to have to wait until after getting Submarimon, because that will give me access to the west sector, and I'm then going to do even more grinding, which will involve me boosting my machine tolerance and thus being able to get Omnimon and Imperialdramon Paladin mode, and that grinding is going to take place before I take on the AOA General, who makes out that he is the West Sector leader, when in fact he's not. So the first load of grinding has been done already, it's because of that why I'm in the position that I'm in. Next bit of grinding happens in the south sector before taking on the south sector leader, and then the next bit of grinding after that will take place in the west sector before taking on the AOA general, and then I will be in a position where I can do the rest of the game up until Galacticmon, well, up until and including Galacticmon, so I'll be able to do the rest of the game and defeat Galacticmon without doing any more grinding. And regarding the grinding, I don't want to go any further with that than to just mention about Galacticmon. After defeating Galacticmon, there are some other things which I do need to tell you about, but rather than mention that here and now, I want to put that aside for the time being and just focus on what's more imminent, what's more immediate. So the initial priority at the moment is to make it past Zambomon, make it to the south sector city, where I can pause, I can save, and then I can do more grinding, which will take place off screen, and then I will carry on after the grinding, which will result in me learning the Digivolution of Diaboromon. At the moment, I'm trying to get Sepicmon's mask, and by speaking to who appears to be Etamon in the Asuka city, he says something which results in Nick spawning at Divermon's lake. Obviously, who appears to be Etamon isn't really Etamon, it's just a guy wearing a suit. That becomes revealed later on. But I have to speak to him disguised as Etamon and then head to Divermon's lake. To try and focus on the Digimon that I've currently got, I would like to point out that the Digivolutions and the stat requirements for the Digivolutions does vary depending on which rookie Digimon you're using. I obviously am using Kotemon, and if I try and focus on the Digimon who I'm currently using, Diaboromon, to get him I had to get GranKuwagamon and Black Wargreymon up to level 99. To get GranKuwagamon I had to get Imperialdramon and Tyrannomon up to level 40. To get Imperialdramon I had to get Pyaldramon up to level 50. To get Pyaldramon I had to get XVmon and Stingmon up to level 5. To get X-Stingmon I had to get Greymon up to level 10. To get Greymon I had to get Dinohumon up to level 20. To get Dinohumon I had to get Cotemon up to level 5. To get Stingmon I had to get GranKuwagamon up to level 10. And to get GranKuwagamon I had to get Cotemon up to level 40. So if I just bring it back, I mentioned about Diaboromon. Oh yeah, Tyrannomon. In order to learn the Digivolution of Tyrannomon, I had to get Stingmon up to level 40, and I've already mentioned that to get Stingmon I had to get GranKuwagamon up to level 10. And I'm just checking the guide that I've been following, just to to see if there's anything else to say on that. Doesn't look like it. But Black Wargreymon, he was one of the other Digimon, because as well as getting GranKuwagamon up to level 99 in order to get Diaboromon, I also had to get Black Wargreymon up to level 99. To get Black Wargreymon, I had to get Skullgreymon up to level 99. To get Skullgreymon, I had to get Greymon up to level 50, and have my Dark Tolerance at 140, which fortunately I was able to reach just from leveling up. Otherwise that wouldn't have been possible until the plug cape in the South Sector. And I think I already mentioned that to get Greymon, I had to get Dinohumon up to level 20. So that explains how I managed to get Diaboromon and GranKuwagamon and Black Wargreymon, and they're the only 3 Digimon that I'm using at the moment. Because to begin with, it was GranKuwagamon, Greymon, and Myotismon. Then it was Diaboromon, Black Wargreymon, and GranKuwagamon. I do also have Myotismon, who came from getting Myotismon up to level 99. Myotismon came from getting Devimon up to level 40. Devimon came from getting Digitalmamon up to level 20. Digitalmamon came from getting Taumon up to level 40. And having Intelligence, I think that must be Wisdom, up to 280. Obviously I was able to train Wisdom, so no difficulty with fulfilling the requirements for that. Guardian Angemon, he just came from getting Cotemon up to level 40. Imperialdramon Fighter Mode, he came from getting Imperialdramon up to level 99. I already explained how I got Imperialdramon. And I have got an Imperialdramon Fighter Mode up to level 40, so that once I get Omnimon up to level 40, I'll learn the Digivolution of Imperialdramon Paladin Mode. I'm just looking at the Megas at the moment. Wargreymon, he came from getting Metal Greymon up to level 99. Metal Greymon came from getting Greymon up to level 40, while also having Cotemon at level 15. I explained how I got Greymon. So out of the significant Digimon, that pretty much covers it for now. And after the next lot of grinding, I'll also have Beelzemon. And to have gotten Beelzemon, I also would have had Growlmon, Wargrowlmon, Gallantmon, and I think that's it. I was thinking if there's anything else significant that I've not mentioned, anything that I've overlooked. Well, as well as doing the grinding that I mentioned, I also card battled and Digimon battled every tamer in the Central Sector and East Sector. and I made sure that I got every single booster pack at least 10 times. I think the booster packs that I inherited were 1A, 2A, 3A and 4A. I made sure that I had at least 10 of each of those, which meant card battling some of the same tamers over and over again. And I also Digimon battled the different Cardmon that were available and got at least 10 of each of the booster packs that the Cardmon dropped. The Tree Cardmon in the Kickin' Forest dropped 3B booster packs. The Tree Cardmon in the previous areas dropped 1B booster packs, and the Cardmon who I encountered from fishing, I think they dropped 1B booster packs as well. So I had to battle the Cardmon who I encountered from kicking trees, the ones that drop 3B booster packs. I had to beat them 10 times in order to get the 10 of the 3B booster packs. As for the Cardmon that drop 1B booster packs, if I'm right, if my memory is correct, and the Cardmon that you can encounter from fishing in the central sector and east sector, if I'm right if my memory is correct and they only get 1B booster packs, then I got an awful lot more than 10 because of the Cardmon that I intentionally battled for the experience, not to mention the Cardmon that I unintentionally battled when aiming for Divermons and Coelamons. The water chip I had, but the water chip that I've got, I think came from defeating Coelamon, whereas the water power one, I think came from defeating Cardmon. The reason why I Digimon battled all the tamers was just for the feel of progression, whereas the reason why I got 10 of each booster pack that was available to me is because when I started this Overpowered Run, initially the intention was to show you myself card battling everyone, or at least card battling the Divermon at the Asuka Jewel Island and the Etamons at the Amaterasu Jewel Island, as well as the Black Agumons, the Numamons. Both of those Digimon are in the circuit boards, not to mention those tamers, those 5 tamers who give you legendary cards for beating them at card battles. So, you know, as well as doing an Overpowered Run, I also wanted to show you myself doing some of the card battling, if not all of it, and I also wanted to complete my card album. I wanted to get every single possible card, which would have meant needing to get all the different booster packs many times over, which would have meant a lot of card battles with a lot of tamers, as well as a lot of Digimon battles with a lot of Cardmon. But in the end, I decided with this Overpowered Run to only show you the Digimon battles, and not to include any of the card battles. So as far as storyline purposes are concerned, my intention in this Overpowered run, although to begin with it was to include the dual islands and all the card battles, I decided not to show you any of that and to just show you the Digimon battles instead. I thought that that was more important when it came to an Overpowered run. So I'll be battling all of the mandatory Digimon, as well as most of the optional Digimon as well, such as like Zambomon, the Amaterasu Black Digimon, such as Black Imperialdramon, Black King Numamon, all of those Digimon. The only... I'm trying to think... well, I'm going to be including myself defeating most of the optional Digimon. I know off the top of my head one exception is the DNA Digimon. I don't show you myself defeating the DNA Digimon, such as Metal Greymon, Grapleomon, Armormon, etc, etc. Initially it was my intention to, but then I decided against it, and decided that I wanted to show you myself making it up to the South Sector City, having done all the initial grinding, then continuing with the South Sector after doing the next lot of grinding, making it up to the West Sector, before then doing the next lot of grinding, and then when that next bit of grinding is done, me doing the West Sector, and then the rest of the game up until and including Galacticmon. And we get ambushed, it seems. So this is Kotemon's opportunity to show Devimon what he's made of. $1,770. Not bad for a rookie. Yeah, all of the grinding against all of the Digimon, that's the reason why I've got so much money for this stage. Over 600,000 bits. And I'm going to have even more money after the next lot of grinding is done. And the next lot of grinding is going to be done against the Numamons in the Jungle Shrine. Defeating one of them gets you 222 experience points, as well as 660 bits. So after I get my fire tolerance up to 200, I will then grind against the Numamons in the Jungle Shrine until I learn the Digivolution of Diaboromon. I will get him up to level 99. I will then continue. I'll be a higher level. I'll have better stats. And I'll have Diaboromon, as well as the Digimon that I'm currently using. So I'm entering the city. I pretty much just need to make it into the inn, and then it's going to be time for the next lot of grinding. And when you see me, when you see me again, things are going to be different. But I will show you everything that you need to see. So I'm just speaking to Lisa, who turns out to be quite a significant character in this game. Enter the inn, and now it's pretty much time for the next bit of grinding. grinding complete, and now I can show you how things have changed. Kotemon is now level 89 with over 4000 MP, 6605 HP, and over 1.1 million bits. If I go to items, I think that's still the same. Weapons is how it was. Armors is how it was. Accessories, I've got a dance feather, which was dropped by a Numamon. Important items, tree boots, fishing pole, red snapper, Eldorado ID, the East Sector badge, smelly herb, Sepik mask, silver ID, blue card, fake blue card, and folder bag. So 999 attack and spirit, 951 defense, 993 wisdom, 991 speed, 532 charisma, 20 TP points, tolerances, fire 224, water 171, ice 109, wind 119, electric 177, machine 150, dark 152. You can see all the weapons, armors and accessories I've got. Over 580,000 experience. Got Beelzemon at level 99 with Black Screwer and Soul Plunder loaded. Black Wargreymon level 99, Giga Fire, Black Dart, Firefield, GranKuwagamon level 99 with Impact Rush. And we are now going to be going up against the South Sector leader. Well, I will do, but I'm also going to show you how the Digivolutions have changed, because I've got a few more Digimon now that the grinding has been done. Down to Diaboromon, we've got Growlmon, Hookmon, Grizzmon, Wargreymon, and Gallantmon, and obviously Beelzemon. So the grinding was done against the Numamons in the Jungle Shrine because they get you 222 experience points, whereas the Divermons in the Divermon's Lake, who are obtainable via the fishing rod, they get you 118 prosperity points. So the Numamons roughly get you twice the amount of experience. Woodmon, fire will work very well against him. So Giga Fire is still the best fire technique that I've got, but because of Beelzemon, we've got his signature technique, Blast Mode, and then we've got his other techniques as well, two of which have been loaded, over 3,000 damage. Fire will work well against Red Vegemon as well. Oh, 7,500. Fire won't work too well against Shogun Gekomon. So we'll give Blast Mode a try. And it does over 4,000. So that takes care of the South Sector leader. From here we return to the Asuka city, where we get informed about us not being allowed to return to the real world. We use the Agumon suits to gain access to the admin center. The Game Master lies to us by villainizing Lucky Mouse and making out that he's the one who's captured Teddy. And we're informed that he's in the West Sector, Lucky Mouse in the West Sector, which is true. And then the objective is to get the Digi-Egg, which enables us to call Submarimon, so that we can then access the West Sector. When we go to the West Sector, we will use the gym there to boost our machine tolerance. That's why there are TP points left over. They've been reserved so that I can train at the gym in the West Sector to boost my machine tolerance, and by doing that I will learn the Digivolution of Metal Garulamon, level him up, and I'll learn the Digivolution of Omnimon, who can learn Inferno, which is, to my knowledge, the most powerful fire technique in the game, even more powerful than Giga Fire. That is something that I will be loading, because Inferno will very much come in handy. And from leveling him up, we'll be able to learn the Digivolution of Imperialdramon Paladin mode, who is also a very good Digimon. But Beelzemon is the Digimon who we are going to be using. Other Digimon we will have so that we can use their loaded techniques, but Beelzemon is who we're going to be using because of the fact that he has excellent stats overall. He has Blast Mode, which can only be used by him. It is his signature technique after all. And when it comes to physical attacks, I think he does more damage than any other Digimon. It is set so that, like, Ultimate Digimon do more damage than Champion Digimon, Mega Digimon do more damage than Ultimate Digimon, and then you've got like individual Digimon who do like extra damage from regular attacks, and I think Beelzemon is the best Digimon overall when it comes to the amount of damage that he does from his physical attacks. That will come in handy if we were to use Impact Rush again. We've got Blast Mode, that will come in handy, and he'll be able to use any loaded technique, be it Impact Rush, Inferno, whatever it might be. And as well as grinding against Numamons, I did also card battle and Digimon battle all of the tamers in the South Sector. In order for them to card battle me, I had to remove all of my weapons, armours and accessories so that my charisma would go down. Because with my weapons, armours and accessories, my charisma was too high for them to card battle me, and instead they wanted to Digimon battle me, but by removing all of my equipment it lowered my charisma so that they would be willing to card battle me instead. I defeated all of the tamers and repeatedly battled some of them over and over again, so that I ended up with 10 of each booster pack that I hadn't already had. I had already had 1A, 2A, 3A and 4A from the central sector and east sector, and then thanks to the south sector I was able to get 10 lots of 5As, 6As and 7As. I think those were the ones. I Digimon battled the tamers as well, just for like the sense of progression, and I also saw to the Cardmon that were available. The Cardmon that I encountered from fishing, I think they dropped 2B booster packs, whereas the Cardmon that I encountered from kicking the trees, I think they dropped 4B booster packs, and I got 10 of each. And my reason for doing that was the same as my reason for card battling all of the tamers in the central sector and east sector, as well as defeating Cardmon in battle. It was because I was planning on including myself doing all of the card battling in this playthrough, or at least the most important card battling. But obviously I ended up changing my mind. But I couldn't undo progress that had already been done. I also got Renamon up to level 29, and I grinded against the Numamon. I would put Renamon in first, switch with Cotemon, not the rookie Cotemon, but the Digimon that I was using. So the that Cotemon's like digivolved Digimon that I was using, and obviously defeated the Numamon, and Renamon would get a share of experience. I had to use life discs at times, and I used Giga Fire to defeat the Numamons, which obviously is a loaded technique thanks to Black Wargreymon. And the reason why I got Renamon up to level 29 was because when I did the grinding, I was planning on speaking to the agents who are interested in getting the DNA for certain Digimon, and I was planning on showing you myself defeating all of the DNA Digimon, and whether or not the agents take an interest in you is determined by the combined level of the Digimon that you're using. So if you've got 3 level 10s, then the combined level is 30. If you've got 1 level 20, then the combined level is 20. And the reason why I got Renamon up to level 29 was because in order for the Vmon agent to take an interest in you, you have to approach him with just 1 Digimon, and the Digimon has to be under level 30, so I was going to use Renamon for that. And by getting Renamon up to level 29, and the option of leveling up Patamon as well, it would have helped with the other agents, you know, trying to get the right level, but it's something that I ended up deciding not to go through with. So some of the grinding that was done turned out not to be necessary. The card battling, well, any sort of progress towards getting card boosters, any progress towards leveling up Renamon or Patamon in the interest of taking steps towards speaking to agents and getting the DNA for certain Digimon, that was all unnecessary. Digimon battling the Tamers was unnecessary as well. Because I think that I had also considered showing you myself defeating all of the Tamers in Digimon battles, but this was another thing that I chose not to go through with, either because I considered it to be unnecessary or not of enough significance, because in the end I pretty much just did the storyline stuff as well as like optional Digimon such as Pharamon, Zambomon, Black Wargreymon, etc, etc. And interestingly, when I do the next bit of grinding in the, well, after going to the west sector and boosting my machine tolerance, I then return to the south sector so that I can continue to grind with the Numamons, because 222 experience is the best amount of experience that I can get at the stage that I was at. So Numamons are the Digimon I battle in order to level up the Digimon so that I can learn the Digivolution of Omnimon and Imperialdramon Paladin mode. I get both of those Digimon up to level 99, I believe, and Cotemon himself I get up to level 99, and I have excess TP points which are mostly used to boost fire tolerance, because that also boosts your MP. And as well as doing that, I also grinded for Cardmon in the west sector. The Cardmon that I encountered for kicking trees, I have a feeling they dropped 4B booster packs, which weren't any good because I had already had at least 10 of that booster pack. The Cardmon that I encountered from fishing, I think they dropped 5B booster packs, which were new, and so I ended up getting 10 of those. If I'm right that the tree Cardmon dropped 4B booster packs, then I didn't bother with them. Well, there is another part of me that wonders if it's possibly 6B booster packs that you get for those Cardmon, but I'm more inclined to think that it's 4B. But again, that was more grinding that ended up going to waste. But when I do the next lot of grinding, and I then continue afterwards, I do show you my save files. And the reason for that is because when I did the first lot of grinding and got myself up to level 79, I decided to back up that save file because it took a lot of time and effort to get myself into that position. And then when I continued, that was saved on a different file, because you have 3 files in total in this game. So the second lot, so when I continued after the first lot of grinding, that was saved on a different file. And then when I did the second lot of grinding, making it up to level 89, that got saved and backed up, again because it was progress that I didn't want to lose. And then when I continued from that, which is where I am now, I then saved on the third file. So the first file is when I'm at level 79 after the first lot of grinding. The second file is where I'm at level 89 after the second lot of grinding. And then the third file, which is what I'm on at the moment, with the grinding that I do there, which gets me up to level 99, that gets saved on the third file, and all 3 of those files get backed up on a different memory card, so they're all safe. And when I continue after the next lot of grinding, you know, the grinding after going to the west sector, I do show you the 3 files, 1 where I'm level 79, 2 where I'm level 89, 3 where I'm level 99. I do load the first one so that I can show you my card folder after all of the card booster packs that I got. I also show you, I also speak to Piximon and show you that I've got Renamon and Patamon at level 1. I then load the second save file, so where I'm at level 89, just before taking on the South Sector leader after doing the second lot of grinding, and that's to show you my card folder with the cards that I've got from the other load of booster packs that I've got. And I also go to Piximon and show you that Renamon is level 29. I then load the third file, which is where I'm at level 99, after doing the grinding after going to the west sector before I take on the AOA General. I load that up, I show you my card folder, I speak to Piximon and show you that Renamon is level 29, Patamon is level 1, and I show you all the other stuff as well, such as my items, equipment, stats, Digivolutions, all stuff like that. I then carry on and I save over the third file, but I don't mind overwriting it because those 3 files have all been backed up. First file level 79, second file level 89, third file level 99. Each file is pretty much immediately after doing a load of grinding, but they've all been backed up. So it's okay to save over them because they're safe on another memory card. And when I do load after the next lot of grinding, from there on it's pretty much just me proceeding through the game, making it up to Galacticmon, no more grinding, no more card battles, no battling tamers, just me doing the mandatory stuff for the storylines, as well as optional Digimon, not including the DNA Digimon, but I think I do defeat like every other like optional Digimon, be it the Zambomon in the Jungle Shrine, or the Black Digimon in the Amaterasu server, such as the Black Imperialdramon, Black King Numamon, etc. I do defeat them, and when I go to the North Sector and go to the real world and have the 180 seconds in the real world, I do that bit properly. I know speedrunners just stand still and wait for the timer to run out, since it makes no difference to the storyline what you do during the 180 seconds. But I decide to include myself doing that bit properly so that you can see me defeat the enemies who are in that area, as well as collect the items and get into the random battles as well. After the next bit of grinding, I generally don't bother with items. I mean, I generally don't bother to collect items. I mean, during the grinding I do collect the items in the West Sector, but when I start recording again after the grinding, I generally don't bother with collecting the random items that are lying around, simply because most of them are not of any use. That includes items in the circuit boards and items that can only be obtained from going through the circuit boards or the seabeds. But I think I do collect all of the items when going to the real world for the 180 seconds. But where I'm so overpowered, most of the random items that are lying around just aren't of any use. I've got, I currently have Beelzemon, Black Wargreymon, GranKuwagamon, Imperialdramon Fighter Mode. I'm going to have Omnimon and Imperialdramon Paladin Mode. Stats are extremely high. Money is extremely high. I'm just not in a position where I need to collect items or collect money or anything like that, because I've got more than enough money to buy anything that could be of use. I've got more than good enough stats in order to complete the game. Plenty good enough Digimon, all stuff like that, more than capable of defeating Galacticmon. So I just sort of save time by not bothering with the items, save time by not bothering with things that don't seem to be necessary or significant. I mean, it's an overpowered run where I'm meant to breeze through the game while defeating all of the opponents really easily. You know, Digimon battles we're talking about. No, I don't really see the relevance of like card battling or card boosters. I mean, I suppose when I was grinding, it occurred to me that I possibly might do those things, hence why I took the steps when grinding, but in the end it was decided not to be of significance. So we're not far away from being able to core Submarimon. That will enable us to go to the west sector. The gym there will enable me to boost my machine tolerance to the necessary level so that I'll learn the Digivolution of Metal Garurumon, return to the Jungle Shrine, grind against the Numamon, and eventually have Omnimon and Imperialdramon Paladin mode as Digimon that I can digivolve to. When battling the Numamons, they did drop a lot of dance feathers, most of which were sold. I mean, one of them I held on to. But then I also spent money on life discs for reviving Renamon, or at least having the potential to revive Renamon when I was leveling Renamon up as well, thinking that it was going to come in handy. Those of you that have played Digimon World 2003, you'll know that with Digimon World 3, the game ends when you defeat Galacticmon, whereas Digimon World 2003, you can continue after defeating Galacticmon, and there are 4 leaders who you can battle, and defeating them will result in you being able to defeat Kurt in a battle, and Kurt is the most powerful opponent in the game in Digimon World 2003. But in order for the 4 leaders to be interested in you, you have to have the 5 strongest epic items, which requires you to get a minimum of 5 rookie Digimon up to level 45, Kotemon being one of them, Cougarmon being another, Munmon being another, a choice of either Renamon or Patamon being a 4th, and then the choice of either Agumon, Gilmon or Vmon being the 5th. And obviously that is a lot of grinding, and if I'm just going to go from the west sector straight to Galacticmon and then continue the game afterwards, then I'm not going to have the 5 strongest epic items, and the leaders are not going to battle me. But I mentioned that there is more grinding to come much later on, around the Galacticmon sort of time, and you can be assured that I will be in a position where I can defeat the leaders and Kurt, thanks to me having the 5 strongest epic items, as well as loads of other stuff, due to more grinding, which you as viewers don't have to endure. I thought it would be best if you viewers don't have to endure the grinding, as I anticipated that it would be very boring and tedious. Certainly when I've watched playthroughs of this game, like speedruns, you know, I've skipped through lots of grinding because it's not been of interest. It's been boring and just not something that I want to watch. And so, you know, the grinding does get skipped for you, but you do still get to see the good bits. You know, I don't want to bore you with grinding. I just want to show you the good stuff so that you hopefully enjoy what you see and don't have to endure the tedious, boring stuff that I'm sure you would rather not be watching. Certainly if it was me watching somebody else, I would much rather them not include all of the grinding. If they did, then I would skip through it. I remember when I saw someone do a Kurt speedrun, and I did skip through most of the grinding because it was just very boring and tedious and not of any interest. You know, it's very hard to make grinding entertaining, for me, it seemed best just to skip it out. And I am heading to the South Sector City, and the next lot of grinding is not far away at all. And the grinding is now done. This is the save file after doing the third lot of grinding, where I learnt the Digivolution of Omnimon, Imperialdramon, Paladin mode. This is the save file after the second lot of grinding, where I learned the Digivolution of Beelzemon. And then the other save file, this one here, is the first, after the first lot of grinding, just before I took on Master Tyrannomon. So you can see the 3 files. I load this one. So this was where I was just before taking on Master Tyrannomon. And if I go to the card folder, so these are the cards I had in my folder, including Black Imperialdramon, which, and 4 of them, which I purchased from the Divermon, the one that gives you the card folder, and there were some other cards that I purchased from him as well. I do also show you all the other cards that I've got. So there you can see them. Seraphimon, that was purchased from Divermon. As was Mega Gargomon and Master Tyrannomon. And Diaboromon. You have to remember, I was trying to, as well as trying to get a good, like, as well as trying to get good card folders, I was also aiming for like a total 100% completion, which meant totally completing the card album. And you can see Renamon and Patamon are only level 1. So we load the file after the grinding that resulted in us having Beelzemon as one of our Digivolutions. And you can see that the card fold, I didn't mean to go onto card album. When I go to the folder, you can see that it is different thanks to the other booster packs. I think I purchased the Eclipse Undoes, Summon Devimons and Devimons from the Divermon in the South Sector City. Or maybe not the Devimons, since there's only 3 of them. Maybe they came from booster packs, but I think I purchased the Eclipse Undoes and Summon Devimons from the Divermon in the South Sector City. You can see the cards that I've got. Then I go to Piximon and you can see that Renamon is level 29, whereas Patamon is level 1. With the card booster packs, normally when I have like rookies and champions, I use all the different colours, but then when we move on to ultimates and megas, usually I tend to favour the brown cards, since they don't require any energy points. So now we're loading the save file after the grinding that got Kotemon up to level 99 and resulted in us being able to use Omnimon and Imperialdramon Paladin mode as usable Digimon. Items, just the water chip. Makes sense to use it. 10, that's as good as it could have been. I think weapons are the same. I think armors are the same. I think accessories are the same. So these are all the items that I've got. So just the items that were obtained while making it up to the West Sector. So Strength, Defense, Spirit and Wisdom are all 999. Speed is 991 because of the weapon that I'm using. Charisma is 548. Don't have any TP points. Fire Tolerance is very high because of the amount of times I trained Fire Tolerance in order to boost my MP. You can see all the weapons and armors and accessories that I've got. So Beelzemon level 99, Black Wargreymon level 99 with Fire Field loaded, Omnimon level 99 with Giga Fire and Inferno loaded. And then card folder. It is different because now I have charge terminals, whereas I previously didn't, and some of the Digimon are different as well. Out of the excellent Digimon cards that I've got, I only use Black Imperialdramon because they're brown and don't require any energy, whereas the other cards do require energy, like Diaboromon costs 3 energy points. So that's why I only had Black Imperialdramon. And all the money that I made from grinding was the reason why I was able to, you know, buy the Digimon cards. You know, I made loads of money from all of the grinding. So the price of the Digimon cards didn't seem like much, so it just made sense to make the purchases that I made. And I go to Piximon. So Renamon's level 29, Patamon's level 1. I did forget to show you Kotemon's new Digivolutions, and I do go to the map just so that I can show you where I haven't been. Been to North Badland E and W, been to the Pouch Oasis, South Badland, Noise Desert, not been to the West Sector City or Mirage Tower or Dum Dum Factory, not been to the underground lake in the South Sector. So I forgot to show you the new Digivolutions that Kotemon has, but I do remember that, like, while playing, it does occur to me, and I do show it to you at a later point in time. When I was playing, I forgot to show you there and then while making progress, I then thought to myself, oh, hold on, I didn't show Kotemon's new Digivolution, so I do end up showing it later on. So this is the save file after the grinding, where I learned the Digivolution of Omnimon and Imperialdramon Paladin mode, as well as already having Beelzemon, Diaboromon, Black Wargreymon, Imperialdramon Fighter mode, GranKuwagamon, all the Digimon like that. So although my Digivolution chart isn't totally complete, I do have all of the Digimon that I wanted to have in order to help make this an overpowered run. Because stats are important, but Digimon are important as well, as are techniques, items as well, and I pretty much made myself as overpowered as I could possibly be. My speed is slightly below the maximum possible of 999. I did try getting it up to the maximum, but that turned out to be a waste of a TP point, because even though I did score speed from the rope skipping, the speed didn't actually go up, and I think that must be because of the weapon that I'm using. I think my speed is at the maximum of 999, but the weapon that I'm using makes it go down to 991, but my speed is at the maximum, and it's because of that why it can't go up, because it's at the maximum. And the reason why it's showing as being less is just because of the weapon that I'm using, but my speed can't go any higher. But physical attack is at the maximum, defense is at the maximum, spirit and wisdom are at the maximum, speed is virtually at the maximum, HP and MP are very good. Fire tolerance is good, other tolerances not so much. And we're here in the West Sector. We are heading for the West Sector City, and we are going to be taking on the AOA General disguised as the West Sector leader. Speaking of disguises, here is Lucky Mouse, aka Kurt, disguised as a Numamon. See, if rather than Numamon tell us to avoid the city, but then not go into details as to why we shouldn't avoid the city, it might have made more sense if he had actually told us specifically why we shouldn't go to the city. Because if he had said that it had been taken over by the AOA, then we surely would have kept our distance. But when he says, oh, don't go to the city, never mind why, just don't go, it doesn't occur to you so much to not go, because you don't realise just how bad things are. So if he had been a bit more specific, we might have been more inclined to listen to him. So moral of the story, be more specific when it's wise to be more specific. I begin by generating a fire field. He switches Numamon for another Numamon. Inferno should take him out no problem, and it has. Damage 2100. Well, not exactly outrageous damage, but it took him out. Let's see what Blast Mode does. $2,394. A bit better. As I was saying, not exactly outrageous damage, but Numamon's not vulnerable to fire, so I guess that's why we didn't see outrageous damage. When I played this game as a kid, it never occurred to me that he wasn't really the West Sector leader. I didn't seem to get suspicious, but I was only 11 when I first played this game. But as an adult, it's like, well, Numamon warned you to avoid the place. The music, it's the AOA theme music, and although that although at the time you probably wouldn't know that it's the AOA music, I think the music itself, the sound of it, is enough to indicate bad news. The fact that when there were question marks at the end of the people's names, and the fact that the apparent leader only had 2 Numamon, and he frequently switched between them, which meant attacking less. It just wouldn't add up. You know, the leader's got to be tougher than just a couple of Numamon, and he's got to be smarter than to just switch between them. So Numamon informs you that the real leader is at the Mirage Tower, and that everyone at the city were imposters. And then if you go to the Mirage Tower, the real leader will battle you. Of course, before you go to the city, you can go to Mirage Tower, but the leader won't battle you. You can rest there, you can save, you can make the most of the Gargomon that sells weapons and armors. You can talk to people, and if you've won at the Jewel Island, then there's a tamer there who will Digimon battle you, as well as a handful of other tamers throughout the game. But apart from that, there's not much to do at the Mirage Tower, but going to the city and getting trapped and escaping, that triggers the bit where the real leader will battle you at the Mirage Tower. After all, you are then aware that that's where the leader is, so it occurs to you that the guy is the leader. But if you go there without going to the city, then they could be anyone. But certainly you wouldn't have any indication to suspect that one of them is the leader, because he would surely be in the city. That's the way of things with the East Sector leader, South Sector leader, and North Sector leader. The Mirage Tower was a real nightmare for me when I was a kid, because I didn't have a clue how to make it through the Mobius Desert. But thankfully there is a set route, and even though it would be a real pain for somebody on their first try, once you know the route, it's not too bad. But this was a real nightmare for me when I was a child. I remember being stuck here for a very long time because I didn't know how to make it through the Mobius Desert to the Mirage Tower. And also when playing the game for the first time when I was 11, the bit where you talk to Nick and he says, "I'm not old, I'm only 21." But when I was 11, I thought that 21 was ancient, because it was like virtually twice my age. But as I'm speaking, I'm now 28. By the time this gets uploaded, I'll probably be 29. Because I turned 29 on the 9th of July. I imagine that this video will get uploaded after then. It could be quite long after then, just because of loads of other stuff I have to upload. But yeah, I now realise that 21 really isn't as old as I thought it was. Nowhere near. So here's the real leader. Well, fire will work very well against Flymon. Almost 5,000 damage, thank you very much. Fire will not work well against Kotemon. So that's where Blast Mode comes into the equation. Over 2,000. Mumemon, Fire and Blast Mode should both work well against him, I would think. He's not vulnerable to fire, but you're not resistant to it either. $2,100. And then I believe it's the leader who mentions about Numamon and Dum Dum Factory. And the Dum Dum Factory is where we reunite with Lisa and encounter Lucky Mouse in his human form for the first time. There's also battles against Hyandromon, Warumuncimon, and one of the members of the AOA. I think it's an attacker, because there's different individuals within the AOA. There's the troopers, soldiers, attackers, the general, game master, Megami president, also known as the chief officer, and we get a visit from the AOA general along with an attacker and a trooper, and I think it's the attacker that we Digimon battle. I don't think it's the trooper, and it's certainly not the soldier. Hyandromon, he would normally be an issue because one of his attacks is a one-hit knockout, and if you're only using one Digimon, then that would be particularly problematic, because if it works on you, then that's you defeated. But under these circumstances, I would imagine that you don't anticipate me having any issues with Hyandromon. And I do stop at the Pouch Oasis. I do rest and save, and I then pause, and I pause before I carry on, but you see me reload the game after saving the game, and it's all speeded up, so it's not too slow or tedious or boring for you. I do try to either cut out the tedious and boring bits, or if that's not possible, then at least speed it up. If that's not possible either, then there's not really anything else I can do. So save, speed it up, reload, speed it up, and we carry on. I was saying about Nick being 21. When I first played the game at the age of 11, I thought it was really old. Then I remember, I'm trying to think how old I was when I then had my second playthrough. But I remember, first playing the game when I was 11 and thinking that 21 was really old. I remember playing the game again when I was 13 and still thinking that 21 was really old. Playing it when I was 16 and still thinking that 21 was old, but also realising how much closer I was to 21. Went from being 10 years away to being 5 years away, so the gap had been halved. Playing it again when I was 18, still thinking that 21 seemed old, but only being 3 years away from it. And then I remember playing when I was 20 and then thinking, oh dear, it's only next year until I'm 21 myself. And eventually I reached 21, then I exceeded 21, and now I'm getting further and further away from 21. So we follow Numamon for a bit. I do collect the random items that are in the rooms that he goes into. And the reason for that is because I believe that they're item chips, which can still come in handy depending on what specifically they are. If it's for HP or MP or a tolerance, then it will be useful. If it's attack, defense, spirit, or wisdom, then it won't be useful. And I can't imagine speed chips would have any effect either. Because unless I change my weapon, I don't think my speed will make it past 991. If I change a weapon, then my speed might go up to 999, but then there's also the question of other stats, most importantly my attack stat. I need to keep that at 999, so I'm not going to switch weapons for... Well, I'm not going to switch weapons in the interest of my speed going up to 999 unless I can also keep my attack at 999 and without there being any obvious downfall. you have to follow Numamon at the set destinations, because that results in Hyandromon battling you. If you don't follow Numamon at the set locations, then Hyandromon doesn't battle you. If you do follow Numamon at the set locations, then Hyandromon does battle you, and then after you defeat him, he talks to you about Numamon and gives you access to the secret stairs, which eventually results in you catching up with Numamon. See, why am I saying Numamon? I mean, it's Lucky Mouse. Birdie is disguised as Numamon, so you can call him Lucky Mouse, you can call him Numamon. I mean, it's more correct to call him Lucky Mouse, I suppose. Search crest increases critical attacks. Now that appeals to me. More so than a dance feather. I would rather have a slightly better chance of dealing critical hits than a slightly better chance of evading attacks. HP only went up by 1, that's not very good. MP 16, that's a bit better. Strength and Spirit can't go up any higher, so those chips are not valuable. Interestingly, Hyandromon also, when you beat him, he gives you an item which goes towards being able to get the 5 strongest epic items. There's 5 items which are all like the starting point towards getting the 5 strongest epic items. The item that Hyandromon gives you is one of those items. But before I continue to talk about that, I should probably focus on the battle. Hyandromon is a machine. Lightning Bolt would work really well, but that's not a loaded technique. It occurs to me that fire shouldn't work badly, and so I give Inferno a shot. And due to being overpowered, I take him out in 1 and do the best part, 5,000 damage. Yeah, the 5 items that are like the starting point towards getting the 5 strongest epic items. The Old Claw, which comes from defeating Master Tyrannomon. Then the Rusty Rifle, which comes from defeating Hyandromon. Rusty Glove, which comes from defeating Datamon. All 3 of those Digimon are mandatory battles. You have to defeat them in order to complete the game. And then Zambomon, the Rusty Katana, which you get from Zambomon, he's not mandatory, he's only optional. And then Pharomon drops the old wand, gives you the old wand. He's not mandatory for completing the game. But if you want the 5 strongest epic items, then those 2 Digimon are mandatory battles, along with the other 3 who are always mandatory, regardless of whether you're aiming for the 5 strongest epic items, or just aiming to complete the game and leave it at that. The point I'm making is that 3 of the 5 items are unskippable. And the other 2 are... they are missable, but the Digimon that drop them aren't exactly well hidden. Inferno, how do you fare? Very well is the answer. Over 2,000 damage, in fact. Well, so far I've taken every Digimon out with a single attack, with the exception of Bulbamon and Zambomon, who I don't think physically can be beaten, not on the first try, and it was the first try that I went up against them for. I can't think of any other Digimon that's been able to withstand any of my attacks. But unfortunately that does change as the playthrough progresses and I go up against more powerful Digimon. I do eventually find myself in a position where I'm not able to defeat Digimon with a single attack. You know, eventually I do encounter Digimon who are tough enough to withstand an attack, and then I encounter even tougher Digimon who are able to withstand numerous attacks, but nonetheless we are still very overpowered all the way through, even if we do end up in a position where we're not able to defeat Digimon with a single attack. You know, understandably, the gap between myself and the opposing Digimon does get reduced as I proceed through the game and encounter more powerful Digimon, more powerful opposition. And as I thought, it is the attacker that you have to battle. So he turns Lucky Mouse into a pig, and then he intends to do the same to us, but he conveniently runs out of power with his gun, and then he has to rely on his Digimon. That's him taken care of without any difficulty. From coming here, we've established that Lucky Mouse isn't actually the villain, and in fact the Game Master is one of the villains, with the AOA in general being the main villain. You know, everybody within the AOA are the villains. It's unfortunate that Lucky Mouse, or Kurt as you could call him, ended up getting turned into Oinkmon. Good news is that Cow turned up and is in one piece, and Lisa seems to be okay too, and from interacting with them, it was agreed for you to go to the Asuka City, which is where the Game Master is, who is one of the highest ranked individuals within the AOA. But making it into the city isn't straightforward, because the door that you would normally use, or gate, whatever you call it, is locked and you can't go through it. So instead you have to use Submarimon to go to the sewers, and then if you haven't already battled Datamon, then you have to battle Datamon, and then you have to speak to Datamon. If you haven't already battled him, then you have to speak to him after battling him. If you have previously battled him, then you just have to talk to him, and then he then says about a staff pass, which can be used in order to grant you access into the city. And since we're heading for the central sector, which is close to the east sector, it occurred to me that it would be a golden opportunity to tie in Pharaohmon. He hasn't been defeated yet, and he's vulnerable to fire, so the fact that we've got Inferno will make him a dream opponent, because Inferno will mess him up big time. I'm trying to think, like, when I played the game for the first time, when did I realise that the AOA music was AOA music? You know, when did I realise that music was linked to the AOA, and it played whenever the AOA were present, or there was a risk from the AOA, or you were in some sort of AOA dominated area, or some sort of area that had the risk of, that was under threat from the AOA, or had been under threat from the AOA. I possibly sussed it out when returning to the Asuka Bridge after speaking to Cow, Lisa and Lucky Mouse in the secret room, which is what I did just previously. Or it might have been when going to the Amaterasu server for the first time. It was either when going to the the Suka Bridge and the admin center when it was riddled with AOA, or it was when going to the Amaterasu server. I don't know when this video is going to get uploaded, but at the time of me adding this commentary, I have already recorded and edited and added commentary to 2 separate overpowered runs for the first Digimon World game. Digimon World 1, when you start off in File City and have to recruit loads of Digimon to the city, and you have Digimon, and you have to make it up to 100 prosperity points, and the main enemy is Machinedramon and Analog Man. I am currently looking into the possibility of a third overpowered run for the game, and I have done some initial recording for it, but I'm currently doing grinding, and I don't know if anything's going to come of it, because I don't know if I'm going to be able to get the Digimon that I'm trying to get, or the techniques that I'm trying to get. But I have, as I'm speaking, I have done 2 overpowered runs for Digimon World, which I suspect will be uploaded before this gets uploaded. So I have also done overpowered runs for Digimon World. One of them where I use Piximon for completing most of the game, and another where I use Megadramon for completing most of the game. I made it up to 100 prosperity points both times. That was the aim. It wasn't just about defeating Machinedramon, it was about making it up to 100 prosperity points. I had maxed stats for most of the overpowered runs, so 9,999 HP and MP, 999 attack, defense, speed and brains. I had maxed attack for all of the overpowered runs, so 999 attack. With Piximon, the main technique that I used was Bug. With Megadramon, the main technique that I used was Ice Statue. And those overpowered runs required a lot of grinding, as did this overpowered run. And before I talk more about that, I want to focus on the current video, because Pharomon is only a few steps away. So rather than battle him earlier on, when I was not as overpowered as I am now, I decided to leave him until I was as overpowered as I was realistically going to get. Because I wanted the thrashing to be as good as possible. I wanted to humiliate him as much as I possibly could. Ooh, 27 damage. I am so wounded. Look at my health bar go down by a fraction of a millimeter. Ooh, almost 8,000 damage. That's what happens when you use Inferno against a Digimon who is vulnerable to fire and has far, far inferior stats to you. Yeah, with the first Overpowered Run for Digimon World, where I used Piximon for most of it, I started off by doing a load of grinding so that I was at the start of the game with a Piximon who had Bug and 999 attack, and that was without recruiting any Digimon or even leaving Vile City. I left Vile City when I started recording, and I left Vile City, defeated and recruited Agumon, then made some initial progress, making it up to 15 prosperity points, as well as recruiting Agumon, also recruiting Betamon, Centauromon, Coelamon, Barkamon, Penguinmon, Sukamon, Biomon, Alepmon, and Unimon. It was 14 prosperity points. Did I say 15? It was 14. And I then did more grinding, where I ended up maximizing all of my stats. Something that required the Amazing Rod, so that I could catch Digi-Seabasses to prolong Piximon's lifespan, giving myself enough time to train and maximise my stats. I then did most of the rest of the game, making it up to 91 prosperity points, I think it was. Wait. Was it 93? I think it was 91. Because I wasn't able to recruit Frigimon, or Muncimon, or Nanimon, or Myotismon. So yeah, I made it up to 91 prosperity points. So I did everything else, including Ice Sanctuary, which required a skip that enabled me to enter Ice Sanctuary, despite the fact that Piximon isn't a vaccine Digimon. And I wasn't able to go any further because I wasn't able to recruit Frigimon, because I needed a fire Digimon to take to Friesland to make sick so that I'd be rescued by Frigimon. I also needed a Numamon to take to Toy Town to digivolve to Muncimon to talk to the robot Digimon who would unlock the door that led towards where Wargreymon was. And I also wasn't able to recruit Myotismon since I wasn't able to access Greylord's Mansion, since Piximon wasn't a virus Digimon. So I then had to do more grinding, where I took Agumon to Friesland, made him sick, got rescued by Frigimon, digivolved to Numamon, took him to Toy Town, digivolved to Muncimon, spoke to the robot Digimon, got the door unlocked that led towards Wargreymon, did more grinding, had Vadermon as my Digimon with maximum stats, and he was also able to learn Bug as a technique. And I then did the remainder of the game with Vadermon, recruiting Frigimon, Muncimon, Nanimon. And and my Ultismon, because Vadermon was able to access Greylord's mansion since he's a virus Digimon. He was able to do the later parts of recruiting Frigimon, and he was able to make it to Warumuncimon since the door had been unlocked. And here we are about to take on Datamon. Datamon, usually a tough Digimon, usually an opponent that can cause you anxiety, taken out in one attack this time around, over 3,000 damage. Considering the amount of pain that Datamon has caused me at times, I can't deny that it felt good to take him out in one. And having defeated him, he now mentions about the possibility of entering the city if you have a staff pass. So from here we have to return to the secret room in the west sector, speak to Lisa and advise that entry to the city is off limits unless you have a staff pass, and the Oinkmon, or Kurt, whatever you want to call him, Kurt as Oinkmon, responds, but you can't understand what he's saying, and then that makes everyone suspect that maybe Kurt has a staff pass in the room somewhere. So Lisa then asks you to go to the south sector to find Keith and Nick, two people she knows, because with their help, hopefully they would be able to find the staff pass. And I think it's when going to the south sector to contact Keith and Nick, when going to the city, the south sector city, I think that's when I go to Piximon and show you the Digivolutions that I forgot to show you at the start of me carrying on after the third lot of grinding. And I was saying about Digimon World, I mentioned about the first Overpowered Run that I did, and then the second Overpowered Run, I reloaded the same file that I loaded when doing the first Overpowered Run, because I backed up the save file because it took a fair bit of effort in order for me to get myself into a position where I had a Piximon with bug and 999 attack without leaving File City. So that save file was backed up, and I reloaded that file when doing the second Overpowered Run, and I to begin with, I did much of the same stuff in that I did the initial bits with Piximon, like I did in the first Overpowered Run, recruiting Ugumon, Betamon, Zentaramon, Coelamon, Barkamon, Penguinmon, Sukamon, Biomon, Elecmon, Unamon. However, I also recruited Palmon, which brought it up to 15 prosperity points, and then during the grinding I also recruited Vegemon, bringing it up to 17 prosperity points, and I recorded myself recruiting Vegemon but not the rest of the grinding. And when I did the initial bits with Vegemon, making it up to 15 prosperity points, I then let Piximon fade away because my intention was to use a different Digimon, and rather than immediately go for the Digimon that I was aiming for, which was Megadramon, I chose the green egg, digivolved to Ugumon, took him to Friesland, made him sick, got rescued by Frigimon, so that took the first step towards recruiting Frigimon. I also ensured that Ugumon digivolved to Numamon, took him to Toy Town, digivolved to Muncymon, spoke to the robot Digimon so that he unlocked the door, which meant that Worumunsimon would be available whenever I fancied taking him on. And I then waited for Muncymon to fade away, then did more grinding, so that I ended up with Megadramon as my Digimon, with maximum stats, so 9,999 HP and MP, 999 attack, defense, speed and brains. I had Ice Statue as my technique. Once again, I had to use the Amazing Rod to catch Digi-Seabasses in order to prolong my lifespan, so that I was able to do all the training that had to be done. Ice Statue was my technique, and from there I then went and completed the rest of the game with Megadramon, making it up to 100 prosperity points. He was able to we were able to visit Frigimon and recruit Frigimon. We were able to go straight to Worumunsimon, defeating him, recruiting Muncymon, and also speaking to Nanimon at his location in Toy Town. I was able to enter Greylord's mansion and recruit my Otismon, since Megadramon is a virus type and can therefore access Greylord's mansion, and the Ice Sanctuary skip enabled me to enter Ice Sanctuary with Megadramon. So I was able to go from 17 prosperity points to 100 prosperity points. And like I said, there is a third, potentially a third Overpowered Run. I'm currently not sure if it's going to be possible to get the Digimon that I want to get, or the techniques that I want to get. I have no doubt that if I do get the Digimon that I want and the techniques that I want, then there will be no problem with maximizing my stats. But I'm not sure if it's going to be possible to get the Digimon that I want, or the the techniques that I want. So at the moment we're sort of at the very early stages of the third Overpowered Run, and I don't know if anything's going to come of it. If something does come of it, then I don't know if it's going to get uploaded before this or after this. I know the first Overpowered Run is going to be uploaded before this. I suspect the second Overpowered Run will as well, and I don't know if there's going to be any more Overpowered Runs for Digimon World, but I am currently grinding with the effort of, well, with the intention of a third Overpowered Run for Digimon World. But yeah, Overpowered Runs for Digimon World required a lot of grinding, as did this Overpowered Run for Digimon World 2003. Because with the Overpowered Runs for Digimon World, with the initial bit of grinding, I started the game choosing Agumon as the Digimon that I started off with, in order to start off with, well, when Digimon asks you questions at the beginning, how you respond to the first question determines what the second question is going to be, and how you respond to the second question determines whether or not you start the game with Agumon or Gabumon. I chose to start with Agumon. I digivolved from Agumon to Miramon, made sure my tamer level went up when digivolve into Miramon, waited for Miramon to fade away, chose the pink egg, so I started off with Yoramon, who digivolved to Tainomon, then Palmon, then Vegemon. When digivolve into Vegemon, I made sure my tamer level went up, and when digivolve into Vegemon, I made sure my tamer level went up. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get good enough stats in order to digivolve to Piximon. Vegemon faded away before I was able to get good enough stats. But I started again with the pink egg, and again went Yoramon, Tainomon, Palmon, Vegemon, made sure my tamer level went up when I digivolved to Vegemon, and I kept going like that. The reason why I made sure my tamer level went up was because having a higher tamer level means that you have better stats when you start afresh with a new Digimon, because when you fade away, the stats that your Digimon has when fading away, a percentage of those stats gets passed on to the new Digimon that you start off with, and the higher your tamer level is, the bigger the stat percentage that you get. So I made sure my tamer level went up so that I would start off with better stats, and when I had Yoramon and Tainomon, I made sure I trained at each individual piece of equipment at the green gym. You know, the one that boosts HP, the one that boosts MP, the one that boosts attack, etc, etc. And I made sure that I trained on each individual one a certain number of times, because training at a specific piece of equipment at the green gym over and over again with a baby Digimon or in training Digimon results in the stat boost that you get being increased. I think you have to train 10 times with a baby Digimon or in training Digimon, and the stat boost that you get from training is increased, and it's permanent. You can only boost each individual piece of equipment once, so you know the stat boost that you get you know, you can only get that stat boost once, and you can do it for each piece of equipment. So I made sure I did that as well, so that when training, I was getting a better stat increase. And with the higher tamer level and bigger stat boost, I found myself in a position where I was able to get good enough stats in order to digivolve to Piximon. And then with Piximon, I did brain training until I learnt all of the earth techniques, but with bug being the biggest priority. I also learnt some air techniques as well. And I didn't learn all the techniques with Piximon in just one lifespan. You know, I had to fade away and get another Piximon and go again. You know, I didn't learn all the techniques in just one lifespan, but I did learn all the techniques in the end. Then I let Piximon fade away, started with another Euramon, digivolved through to Piximon, and trained so that my attack was at the maximum, and that was the end of the first lot of grinding. Some of the requirements for Palmon to digivolve to Vegemon and Vegemon to digivolve to Piximon, you need a high number of care mistakes and low weight. So I didn't feed Palmon or Vegemon because that resulted in low weight and also counted as care mistakes, which went towards digivolving to Vegemon and Piximon. So when the grinding was over, I had 99 meats from the high number of times that I was given meat by Tyrannomon, and the fact that I didn't feed my Digimon much. I mean, I gave meat to Euramon, Tyrannomon and Piximon, but not Palmon or Vegemon. And I also had the basic items that Dokugumon gives you. And before I talk more about that, I am getting close to the city, and I think this is where I go to Piximon and show you my Digivolutions. Looks like it. So down to where we were, Metal Garurumon, Omnimon, Imperialdramon Paladin mode, and that is all. Those were the only new Digimon. It occurred to me that having life plugs might come in handy, because they recover your MP by half. They also recover your HP by half, but I was more focused on my MP, because I was using a lot of techniques that cost a lot of MP, so I thought a life plug, you know, I could recover half of my MP if I was to run out. You know, and I was in a position where I wasn't able to recover my MP, and as well as resting here, I do also save and then pause from the game and then reload. The saving and reloading is about to be speeded up. now we carry on and we go to the underground lake where we find Keith and Nick, and then we, without having to manually travel, you end up going straight to a secret room and are presented with a staff pass, and then from there it's back to the central sector and the Asuka sewer, go to Datamon and then have access to the admin center. Trying to remember what I was saying. Yeah, the life plugs, they're sort of to be reserved as like an emergency. I would rather recover my MP by resting when I've got the opportunity to, but if I run out of MP and I'm not in any position to rest and I need more MP, then the life plugs are there to be used, but I want to reserve them for when I have no choice but to use them, to only use them when I have to. You know, make them, you know, sort of deal with the MP that I've got, recover MP by resting if I'm able to. Life plugs are there if I really need them. Yeah, I was saying about the grinding in Digimon World. In order to... I said that every time I digivolved to a champion, which was Miramon and Vegemon, I made sure that my tamer level went up. When you digivolve to a natural champion, I think there's about a 50% chance of your tamer level going up. If you digivolve to an ultimate, then there's a 100% chance of your tamer level going up, unless your tamer level is at the maximum, and in which case it can't go up any higher. Your tamer level doesn't go up if you digivolve to Nanimon, Sukamon, or Numamon, because they're filth Digimon and not considered to be good, and it's possible that your tamer level might even go down if you digivolve into one of the 3 filth Digimon. So when I digivolved to a champion, if my tamer level went up, I carried on. If it didn't go up, then I reloaded from when I last saved, which in most cases was when sleeping, because when your Digimon sleeps you have the option to save as well. And I would make it up to the point where my Digimon digivolved, make it back up to that point. If my tamer level went up, I would carry on. If it didn't go up, I would reload again. And then just before the hour that my Digimon digivolves on, I would either praise my Digimon or scold my Digimon. That was to try and produce a different outcome, because if you keep reloading and you repeat yourself exactly, then I think the outcomes remain the same. So by praising or scolding my Digimon, I was doing things differently, which created the possibility of a different outcome. So I would praise my Digimon once, and then when I digivolved, if my tamer level went up, I'd carry on. If it didn't go up, I would reload, and then instead of praising, I'd scold. If it still didn't work, I might praise twice or scold twice, or praise once and scold once. I would keep changing things until I got an increase in my tamer level when digivolving. And also I did what I call butterfly brain training, because when you train your brains, well, you start off with the auto command, but then when you make up to 100 brains, you learn the attack command, 200 you learn the moderate command, 300 you learn the distance and change target commands, 400 brains you learn the defensive command, and then 500 brains you learn the enable technique. And then also when your brain stat reaches a multiple of 50, which isn't a multiple of 100, it's possible to learn a new technique starting at 150 brains, and then there's also it's also possible to learn a technique at 250 brains, 350 brains, 450 brains, 550 brains, and I'm not too sure how it works after that. I'm not sure if it remains as a multiple of 50 which isn't a multiple of 100, so 650, 750, 850, 950, or I don't know if it becomes multiples of 100, so 600, 700, 800, 900, or if it's either, so 600, 650, 700, 750, 800, 850, 900, 950, or if it's something different to that even. Off the top of my head I can't really remember, but when learning techniques I did what I call the butterfly brain training, where I made sure that I praised and scolded Piximon until his happiness and discipline was virtually at a minimum. That resulted in him getting the butterfly, which causes your happiness to go back up, but also causes your stats to go down. And when I trained and got my brains up to a multiple of 50, which wasn't a multiple of 100, let's say, figure of speech, 350, then there was the opportunity of me learning a new technique. But if I was to just carry on training, then the next opportunity wouldn't be until my brains gets to 450. So by having the butterfly, that caused my stats to go down, which meant causing my brains to go down to below the multiple of 50, and I was then able to train my brains again and make it back to the multiple of 50 that I was previously at. And I was then able to have my brains go down again because of the butterfly, and it meant that I was able to keep making it up to the same multiple of 50, which meant that I was able to keep getting opportunities to learn techniques, since I was repeatedly making it up to a multiple of 50, albeit the same one, and that made learning techniques much quicker and much easier. And yeah, eventually I learned all of the earth techniques and some of the air techniques, but bug was my main priority. Bug was the technique that I used the most during the first overpowered run that I did, although I did also use Confusion Storm a bit when using Piximon, and that was when I was in battles against multiple Digimon at once, because Confusion Storm hits all the targets, also has a high rate of causing confusion, which can cause Digimon to accidentally attack each other. But yeah, for the most part I used bug, and that was how I did the grinding for the initial part, and then I did some recording, like I said, before I then did more grinding, And for the grinding, I used the amazing rod to catch black trouts while using meat as bait, and I then used the black trouts to catch Digi-Sea-Basses. I fed Digi-Sea-Basses to Piximon to prolong his lifespan, and I was able to keep feeding sea basses to him, and therefore I was able to keep prolonging his life, and in that time I was able to train at the Green Gym until maximising all of my stats. And I was also able to repeatedly go to Friesland and do the Moldjamon money trick in order to maximise my money. Now I just need to focus on battles here. Ramon. I want to see how good Inferno is, although I imagine Blast mode would be plenty good enough. $2,100. $3,300. Well, from here we're going to be making it to the Game Master, and I'm only going to be battling the mandatory AOA people. I'm not going to be battling the non-mandatory ones. I'm only going to battle the ones that I have to battle, and I'll be making it up to Game Master, and once I get all the AOA people out of my way, Game Master will be next. Now, I probably didn't have to use Inferno, and I'm sure Blast mode would have done the job, but I chose to use Inferno. Works well against the rare mons. Over 3,000 seems, well, almost 4,000 in fact, seems to work better against that Digimon. Yeah, Digimon World, Friesland, the Moldjamon money trick. There's one Moldjamon who, if you give him medium HPs, he'll give you super defense discs. Medium HPs, you buy them for 500 bits. Super defense discs, you sell them for 2,000 bits. So if you buy 99 medium HPs, trade them all for 99 super defense discs, sell them for 2,000 bits each, totaling to 198,000 bits, you make a massive profit. And from doing that over and over again, you eventually can maximise your money, and that's what I ended up doing. I used an autopilot for a quick return to the city. I was able to buy a handful of potentially useful items, and I also maxed out on medicines as well, because feeding sea basses to your Digimon can make it sick. In the playthrough, I said that I purchased the medicines from Centarumon, but I have a feeling I possibly might have not done that and instead purchased high speed discs from the item shop in File City and then traded them for medicines with a different Moldramon, that would have worked out cheaper than buying medicines from Centaurumon. And I might have done that instead, but the commentary was added quite a bit after the recording, so my memory is vague. But yeah, and then when I carried on recording, after doing the next bit of grinding, I had Piximon with Bug, maximum stats, maximum money, and a handful of items that struck me as having the most potential to come in handy. And when I had to let Piximon fade away for the final bit of grinding, as you know, I took Agumon to Freezeland, made it sick with a mouldy meat, got rescued by Frigimon, made sure I didn't fulfill the requirements for any natural champion so that I digivolved to Numamon, took him to Toy Town, digivolved to Muncymon, spoke to the robot Digimon, unlocked the door leading towards Worrymuncymon, gave Muncymon a load of devil chips to make him fade away more quickly, started over with another green egg, Kotemon, who digivolved to Coelamon, did the Digitalmamon food restaurant glitch to maximise my stats. At the restaurant, a number of different Digimon work there. Digitalmamon is one of them. When you eat at the restaurant, the food either boosts your HP attack and speed, or MP defense and brains, or it boosts all of your stats and by twice the amount. You need to hope for luck and hope that it boosts all of your stats. And when you eat at the restaurant, when Digitalmamon is the one working at the restaurant, you are able to repeatedly keep eating and eating and eating, which means keep getting the stat boost that you get from this food, and so you're able to keep eating until you maximise your stats. That's what I did as Coelamon in order to maximise my stats. You can only do it with Digitalmamon. The glitch doesn't work for any other Digimon. And Coelamon digivolved to Gabumon. I had a spare Happy Mushroom, which I traded with a Moldramon for a hair grower, gave that to Gabumon to make him digivolve to Moldramon, and then I gave Moldramon a ray gun to make it digivolve to Vadermon. The ray gun came from the back dimension because I had already defeated Machinedramon at this stage. So I was able to digivolve to Vadermon. I already had Bug because I learnt that as Piximon, and so I was able to use Bug. My stats were at the maximum because of the Digitalmamon food restaurant glitch, and I was able to then do the rest of the game with Vadermon, with Bug, with maximum stats. The second Overpowered Run, I reloaded the same file at the start with Piximon after doing the first lot of grinding just before leaving File City and battling Agumon. But then when I moved on to the next bit of grinding, instead of continuing with Piximon, I let Piximon fade away. I told you that I then did the necessary stuff involving Frigimon and Wargreymon, and I then started off, after Muncymon faded away, I started off with the green egg. I digivolved to Ogumon, then to Tyrannomon, then to Megadramon. I didn't actually fulfill the stat requirement in order to digivolve to Megadramon, but I had the correct weight, I had the correct number of care mistakes, and I also had the correct number of battles, although I had to battle a load of different Digimon surrounding the File City in order to fulfill the requirement. Before getting Megadramon, I recruited Vegemon so that I could purchase Hawk Radishes and Super Carrots, firstly to boost the stat increase that I would get from training, and also to have more control over my weight, because a big problem I encountered was that where Tyrannomon ate a lot, it was easy to exceed the weight, and then in order for the weight to go back down, you had to sometimes not feed him when he was hungry, which counted as a care mistake, and there was the risk of exceeding the required number of care mistakes. But by having Hawk Radishes and Super Carrots, I had a lot more control over my weight, because Hawk Radishes increase your Digimon's weight, whereas Super Carrots decrease your Digimon's weight. So you can feed your Digimon Super Carrots, which fill it up, while also causing its weight to go down, so you can lower your weight without needing to not feed your Digimon, therefore meaning that you're not getting the care mistake of not feeding your Digimon. And much like with when I had Piximon, I used Digi-Seabasses to prolong Megadramon's life, trained until all my stats were at the maximum, did the Moldramon money trick, and learnt Ice Statue from having battles with the Ice Devimons in Friesland. And then once the grinding was done, I was able to carry on recording with Megadramon, with Ice Statue, with maximum stats, and I feel that Overpowered Run went more smoothly than the first one. I felt like the Overpowered Run, where I used Megadramon, went better than the Overpowered Run where I used Piximon. It just sort of seemed to go more smoothly. I seemed to win battles more quickly and more easily, and I've probably put that down to me using Ice Statue. It's faster than Bug, it's more reliable than Bug, and I didn't have to do another lot of grinding at the end in order to be able to recruit Frigimon, Muncymon, Nannymon and Myotismon, because that had already been sorted beforehand. And I won't comment on what could possibly become a third Overpowered Run, because I don't know if it's going to go ahead or not. But that pretty much summarises the grinding that I had to do when doing overpowered runs for Digimon World, and I've explained to you the grinding that's gone into doing an overpowered run for this game, Digimon World 2003, or at least the grinding that's happened so far, which will see me through to when I defeat Galacticmon. But then I don't really want to go into it just yet, but after defeating Galacticmon, there is then more grinding in between after we defeat Galacticmon and before we move on to the extra bits that can only be done in Digimon World 2003. Including, but mostly referring to Kurt and the 4 leaders. But I don't want to sort of comment too much on that just yet, because it's a few hours before we make it to Galacticmon, so I'd rather focus on what I'm currently doing. But in this overpowered run between here and Galacticmon, we don't really do a great deal of side stuff. We don't do the dual islands, we don't do any card battles, we don't scrutinise the circuit boards, collecting all the items within the circuit boards. We don't go for items that can only be obtained by travelling through seabeds and circuit boards. I don't card battle or Digimon battle any tamers. I don't get any legendary cards, don't get any of the 5 strongest epic items, don't get any of the DNA for any of the Digimon, for any of the agents, the researchers, whatever you want to call them. Pretty much just do all the storyline stuff, as well as battling optional Digimon, with the exception of the DNA Digimon. I can't think of any other exceptions. And I only battle people who have to be battled, and I'm mostly referring to the AOA when I say that. But as you can tell, when going through the admin center, I only battled the AOA people who were in my way, and I ignored the ones who weren't in my way, and I'm now resting just ahead of the battle against the Game Master, and I am now heading for the Game Master, where I have to defeat the Game Master's guards, and then it's straight on to the Game Master. And that will be us done in the city for the time being. Because after this, we then have to go to the west sector, where we then end up being able to make it to the Amaterasu server, and that isn't too far away. But in the meantime, we have the Game Master ahead of us. And her final Digimon is usually a massive pain because of her attack, which is powerful and does multiple hits, her Helter Skelter that digivolves you, her technique that drains her MP, and the fact that she has very high HP, therefore meaning that it's hard to defeat her. You know, frustrating, but fortunately she's vulnerable to fire, and we have Inferno with maxed out Spirit and Wisdom. Need we say more? Do you think it's possible to defeat that Digimon with one attack? Well, you're not far away from finding out. I used Blast Mode against Maldramon because I know from experience that fire doesn't work well against him. But Blast Mode does. 2052. Actually, incidentally, all three of the Game Master's Digimon are actually vulnerable to fire. You probably anticipate that I'm going to start with Firefield, and then the big question is it possible to defeat all three of her Digimon with one attack each? Is it possible to defeat her final Digimon with just one attack? That's what we are about to find out. Well, not we, because I already know. It's what you're about to find out. Well, you know, I'm trying to make it exciting, but, you know, I'm gonna get real, you know. Her final Digimon has very high HP, very, very high HP, and is a very overpowered opponent. So, you know, you do have to be realistic with expectations. You know, doing it in one is certainly going the extra mile. I chose to do another fire field there so that I could then defeat this Digimon with Inferno and then get the next turn, so that I would attack first here. So yeah, I'd have to inform you, if you were hoping that I would do this with one attack, then I have to inform you that you are right, because I did. 4065. All three Digimon defeated with one attack each. Out of interest, has a single Digimon survived any of my attacks so far? I'm trying to recall. I mean, I wouldn't count Bulbamon or Zambomon. You know, the other Digimon. Have any of them survived any of my attacks so far? I'm not sure. But the Digimon that we go up against are only going to get stronger. So, you know, don't think that, you know, like one-hit knockouts is going to be the way of things for the rest of the run, because that just isn't how it's going to be. you know, we are overpowered, but even with the best Digimon, best techniques and best stats, there are some Digimon that you simply are not going to defeat with just one attack. It's just not going to happen. It gets established that we have to go to the north sector. You can't do that on foot, and you can't do it with Submarimon either. You have to get the Digi-Egg that enables you to call Digimon, so that you can dig through the circuit boards and get to the north sector that way. But the Digi-Egg is only obtainable in the Amaterasu server, and that's why you then go to the west sector from here to speak to the AOA at the west sector city to see if there's some way of possibly making it to the Amaterasu server. And before I go any further, I do rest and save, and I pause as well, so you will see me reloading. And then we move on to the west sector.
It might not be necessary for me to clarify this, but I will clarify it nonetheless. This commentary isn't all being done in one go. I am having gaps from it. I'm typically doing an hour of commentary or thereabouts in one go, having a break, then doing another hour or so of commentary, having a break, and just going like that. So this video, which as things stand shows as being over 8 hours long, I'm not doing, you know, all the commentary in one go. I'm having breaks from it, because it helps with my concentration, it helps with knowing what to say, and it also helps in my throat as well, because I'm not able to talk for too long without getting like a soreness in my throat. So I find that like an hour or so is like the most that I can do in one go. So when it's post commentary like this, I'm able to have lots of different sessions of doing commentary. So it's not all in one go, it's not all in one day, different sessions over the period of like 2 or 3 days. You might already have gathered that yourselves, but I thought I would verify nonetheless. And if I was to reflect on this overpowered run for Digimon World 2003, as well as the 2 overpowered runs which have currently been done for Digimon World, I would say that the grinding was something that I very much enjoyed. Ironically, because it might seem really boring, but I remember I really enjoying doing the grinding for this game and Digimon World. If I was to reflect on the actual recording, you know, like the playthrough itself, then I have to say I didn't enjoy doing this overpowered run for this game as much as I enjoyed doing the overpowered runs for Digimon World. I very much liked doing the overpowered run for Digimon World, so much so that I did a second overpowered run and possibly might go even further with it. But with this game, I didn't enjoy doing this overpowered run as much as I hoped I would, and I don't currently have any intentions on doing any more overpowered runs for this game, and that's pretty much down to the modest level of enjoyment and satisfaction that I got from it. But overpowered runs for Digimon World is something that I might not be done with yet. I did very much enjoy them. It's funny because there was a time when this game was my favourite game, particularly when it came to me playing it for the very first time. I remember this being hands down my favourite game, but I feel like it hasn't aged tremendously well for me. I feel like the replay value hasn't sort of held up too well for me, and these feelings, they're not exclusive to this game. I have felt this way about other games, Final Fantasy X, Tomb Raider Last Revelation. Those are 2 other obvious examples that spring to mind. And then I can think of games which I liked, but not as much as this game, but they've aged better for me. They've had better replay value, and I still presently very much like the games, more so than how much I like this game, even though there was a time when I preferred this game to any other game. But we are talking about when I was a lot younger. I do check for weapons just to see if there's a weapon that I can get which will be powerful enough in order for me to have 999 attack, and also lighter so that I can have 999 speed. But it's a long time before I find myself in that position. I do eventually find weapons where I've got 999 attack and speed, but we are talking a long way off. And here we speak to the AOA General, who informs us that Bulbmon was how they got from one server to another. Then your character then leaves after speaking to him. I don't think there's any indication as to where Bulbmon is, but if you come back, then one of the troopers informs you that Bulbmon headed for the south sector, and that will, if it's your first time of playing the game, then that would help you with tracing Bulbmon, because from here you can go to the south sector in search of Bulbmon. It's this trooper here. I don't think it's compulsory to speak to him in order for Bulbmon to feature in the south sector. I think you just have to speak to the AOA General. If you were playing this game for the first time, then it would be really helpful to speak to that trooper so that you know where to find Bulbmon. So from here, I'm going to be heading to the south sector, where I will go to the Jungle Shrine and then the Bug Maze. Although before I go to the Bug Maze, I will take on Zambomon, because he is in the Jungle Shrine, so it makes sense to battle him since we are going to the area that he is located at. I was talking about games, so this game, I wouldn't say I dislike it, but I'm just nowhere near as mad about this game as I used to be. Final Fantasy X, that's a game that I don't really like anymore, even though I adored it at one point. I can't say that I like the game anymore. I have tried playing it here at hospital, and I made it up to where you have the airship and you can go anywhere in Spira, and this was sort of around the time where you have the opportunity to battle Sin, and I stopped playing, and that was almost a year ago, and I haven't had any urge to go back to the game, and I can't say that I enjoyed it when playing it. And Tomb Raider Last Revelation, that's another game that I don't really like anymore. Final Fantasy X and Tomb Raider Last Revelation, two games that I used to adore, two games that were among my top few favourite games, and I just don't really like them anymore. As for this game, well, this was my favourite game at one point. I still like it, but nowhere near as much as I used to, and there are a lot of games that I would rather be playing. When I was younger, I preferred this game to Digimon World, the first Digimon World game. Now it's the other way around. I prefer the first Digimon World game, and my favourite games at the moment, in no particular order, would probably have to be Digimon World, the first one, Resident Evil 4, Simpsons Hit and Run, Tomb Raider 3, Tomb Raider 2. Those are all games which I've always liked, and they've aged well for me. They've had good replay value, and at this current moment in time, they are my favourites. But my likes and interests do vary from time to time, so it could change again. But that's how it is at the moment. I like this game enough to play it. I didn't enjoy this playthrough as much as I had hoped, but I liked it enough to continue with it and complete it and add commentary to it. I still do, like when I do videos for Tomb Raider, I do sometimes do videos for Tomb Raider Last Revelation still. It wouldn't surprise me if I don't do any more videos for Final Fantasy X, just because I just don't seem to be that into the game anymore. We have to go to the city and speak to Patamon, who mentions that the leader isn't in the city and went to the jungle shrine, and then when you go to the jungle shrine, the leader will be there. You can speak to her, and then you can go into the bug maze. But just before that, we have the battle against Zambomon ahead of us. And are we able to defeat Zambomon with one single attack? That is a good question. And even with even with Beelzemon and Inferno and the stats that we've got, defeating Zambomon with one single attack doesn't sound like it's something that would be a cinch. And the battle isn't too far away. We're probably going to get into battles, because battles are very prone in the jungle shrine. They happen very quickly and frequently, and Numamon is the Digimon that you go up against. We don't need to use Inferno to defeat the Numamon. That would be MP wasted. Giga Fire is plenty strong enough, and since it's just a random battle, it seems to make more sense to reserve your MP somewhat by using Giga Fire, which is more than enough to win the battle, rather than use Inferno and go into like overkill mode. But when it comes to the main battles, it's different, because in the interest of wanting to live up to the name of Overpowered Run, I do want to win the main battles as quickly and easily as possible, And overkill is something that's very much welcome, and something that was very much the case during the earlier stages of this playthrough. So here we are. We start off by generating a fire field. Zambomon does his standard attack. We do Inferno. Does it defeat him in one? Not quite. I then decide to try Blast Mode. $2,118. That might have defeated him in one. Inferno, I think, did 1700 and something, put his HP into the red. Blast Mode was more powerful by about 300 or 400. Blast Mode might have defeated him in one, but my decision was to use Inferno, and it did do very serious damage, but didn't quite manage to defeat him in one. Zambomon is one of the Digimon who has a one-hit knockout attack, Hunting Knife, but I had no fear of getting defeated by Hunting Knife, because I knew that with the stats that I've got, that I would defeat Zambomon long before he gets the opportunity to use Hunting Knife. Because you saw that I did Fire Field, he attacked me, I then attacked twice and defeated him. So I defeated him before he even got to do a second turn. And I think that Zambomon uses Hunting Knife every 3 turns, whereas Hyandromon uses his one-hit knockout technique. I think he also uses it every 3 turns. Here with Zambomon, I knew that he wasn't going to get 3 turns. We had far superior speed, and we had the necessary stats to take him out very quickly. And Bulbmon is coming up shortly, the second Bulbmon fight, where you get to defeat him instead of having him run away like he did the first time. And I know that fire won't work well against Bulbmon, so Blast Mode would seem like the most logical technique to use. So Blast Mode. Does it defeat him in one? No. Brought his HP to under half, but wasn't able to do the job in one. I did mention earlier in this playthrough that defeating Digimon with one single attack was something that wasn't going to be present all the way through this overpowered run, and you can see that we are pretty much starting to encounter boss Digimon who we're not quite able to defeat with a single attack due to the opposition gradually becoming tougher. Well, there are still Digimon to come who we do defeat with a single attack. But we're at that stage where we're going to be encountering Digimon who are tough enough to withstand at least one of our attacks, and then as we encounter even tougher opposition, we're going to be encountering Digimon who can withstand numerous attacks from us. So, we are here in search of the Digi-Egg, which enables you to core Digimon so that you can explore through the circuit boards and get to the North Sector. I'm currently heading for the Protocol Ruins because I want to battle Black Mega Gargomon. From there I will go to the East Sector City, where I will challenge the East Sector Chief, the AOA Chief. The Digi-Egg is located in the South Sector, in the underground lake. You have to defeat the AOA Chief in the East Sector in order to be able to get access to the South Sector City, where you can then defeat the second AOA Chief, and then that results in you having access to the underground lake, where you can get the Digi-Egg, which enables you to core Digimon, and then you can go to the North Sector. I think what you're meant to do is go to the North Sector in the Asuka server, defeat the North Sector leader, then go to the area where you're able to go to the real world for 180 seconds with the intention of trying to stop the Juggernaut. Before I talk more about that, here we are in this fight. I give Blast Mode a try. $1100, and it took away a fair chunk of his HP. I decide to see what Inferno does. 1300, a bit stronger. And that's him defeated with 3 attacks needed. In this overpowered run, I do stay in this server for longer after obtaining the Digi-Egg. I mean, from here, I defeat the AOA chief in the East Sector city. I also go to the Tyranno Valley and defeat Black Imperialdramon, travel to the South Sector where I defeat the AOA chief in the South Sector city, travel to the underground lake for the Digi-Egg. I then go to Jungle Shrine, battle Black Seraphimon, then go to the West Sector, go to the Mirage Tower, where I encounter the people that are putting up a resistance against the AOA, one of them being Kenny, who helped us just recently, and speak to the leader there, battle Black Wargreymon and Black King Numamon, both of whom are located in the Dum Dum factory, and then travel to the North Sector, but while staying in this server. Black Wargreymon, he's the only, black Digimon that I don't currently have access to. He's located in the, is it the control room within the sewer? You know, in the Asuka server, where you go to the sewer, you know, where Datamon is located. Well, that's where Black Wargreymon is, but in this server. And I don't currently have access to that area because of the Nightmon on the Amaterasu Bridge, which you can't currently get past. So, Black Wargreymon is currently off limits. I believe it's fixed so that the Nightmon can't be defeated regardless of how good your Digimon are or how your stats are. I'm pretty sure every attack that you use against the Nightmon does 0 damage, and I think it's fixed so that their attacks always do serious damage regardless of your HP or defense. A bit like the first Zambomon fight, where it's all programmed so that you can't win against him. So I decide to put away Black Wargreymon and take out GranKuwagamon, because it occurred to me that Impact Rush could come in handy for certain battles. So I've now got Inferno, Giga Fire, and Impact Rush as the loaded techniques that I am most interested in at the moment. Can't imagine fire being powerful against Deltamon, so we see what Blast Mode does. Takes them out in one, but it does over 2,000 damage. can't imagine fire working well against Triceramon either, so blast mode seems like the best choice of technique. He survives, only just. I try to finish him off with a standard attack, and it works. And then Chimeramon. Usually a pain because of his ability to put you to sleep. And he often seems to withstand attacks pretty well. Let's see what Blast Mode does. Brings his HP down to under half. I then check out Impact Rush. It does defeat him, and it was almost as powerful as Blast Mode. Yeah, the reason why I stay in this server and go to the North sector is because there is some stuff that you can do in this server in the North sector. The North sector city is currently off limits, as is the West sector city. But that's only the way of things at the moment. We will have access to those cities later on. But even though we can't access those cities, there are still some things that can be done in this server. One of them being the Ice Dungeon, Fire Dungeon, and Dark Dungeon in the North sector. In the Amaterasu server, where we can go up against the Ice Master, the Fire Master, and the Dark Master. And when that's done, we can then use Circuit Board to switch servers, and then we can go to the North Sector City, defeat the leader, and then go to the Ice Dungeon in the Asuka server, travel through to the Fire Dungeon and Dark Dungeon, defeating the Ice Knight, Fire Knight and Dark Knight, and then we can go to the real world. And even though the Juggernaut can't be stopped, when you finish in the real world, your character then says about speaking to Lisa. And this battle against Black Imperialdramon, who in my opinion is probably the easiest out of the Black Digimon. I would say that Black Mega Gargomon is the toughest, in my experiences. I use Blast Mode. Over 1800 damage puts his HP into the red. And then I decide to finish him off with a standard attack, which almost did 1000 damage. And then when your character says about speaking to Lisa, if you then return to the admin center in the Asuka city, then if you speak to Lisa after speaking to the leader of the AOA resistance in the Amaterasu Mirage Tower, then things will be said between you and Lisa, which will result in you agreeing to team up with the resistance so that you can gain access to the West Sector City and the North Sector City in the Amaterasu server. That results in you having access to the West Sector City in the Amaterasu server, where you can defeat the AOA chief within the West Sector City, and then from there you can go to the North Sector City and defeat the fourth and final AOA chief, and then from there you're able to make it into the Amaterasu City, because you will be able to make it past the Nightmon without any hassle, and then you've got all of the AOA people in the admin center who you have to defeat, including the Megami President, also known as the Chief Officer, and you'll also have access to the sewer where you can battle Black Wargreymon. If you speak to Lisa without speaking to the leader of the resistance first, then you're not able to proceed any further, and you have to then go to the Mirage Tower in the Amaterasu server and speak to the leader of the resistance and then go back to Lisa. Personally, I think it makes more sense just to speak to the leader first before you go to the real world, because then when you do speak to Lisa, you've already spoken to the leader of the resistance, and then you can move on to being able to battle the AOA chief in the West Sector City. So I used the seabed in the Kicking Forest to take me to the Central Park, and now I go down here to the Shao Beach, and the seabed here will take me to Phoenix Bay, right next to the South Sector City. And since we've defeated the AOA chief in the East Sector, the AOA troopers guarding the South Sector City will allow us to enter the city thinking that we're one of them. If you don't defeat the chief in the East Sector City beforehand, then I don't think that you're able to enter the South Sector City. I think the AOA troopers tell you to go away, or your character decides not to approach them. Something like that, I think. It's been a long time since I've done it, though.
I check out the weapons, and I don't believe I find anything of interest to me. Sell the items that I got for defeating Black Mega Gargomon and Black Imperialdramon. And then in the inn, I rest, I save, I pause from the game, I reload, and then I carry on. And now it's time to battle the AOA Chief. You can't go straight to the underground lake because there's an Oinkmon blocking the way. And it's not until after defeating the AOA Chief that the Oinkmon will no longer be in the way. So here we go. Yeah, it's fixed so that you have to beat the first 2 AOA Chiefs before you can get the Digi-Egg, which enables you to core Digimon. Cherrymon shouldn't be any hassle at all. He's vulnerable to fire. Inferno should burn him to ash. And it did. Over 8,000 damage. Inferno won't work too well here. So Blast Mode would seem like the best choice of technique. Did over 1900. And fire works well against Nemon. Over 2,400 damage. When I played this game for the first time, well, I mean, after you defeat the AOA Chief here, your character then leaves this room, and when I was a kid, when playing the game for the first time, I overlooked the possibility of the Oinkmon possibly moving out of the way, and so I carried on and did loads of other stuff, and it wasn't until much later on that I then returned to that room and realised that access to the underground lake was possible, and then from there I was able to eventually get the Digi-Egg. Because it's a bit unfair that Oinkmon's in the way, and Oinkmon then moves out of the way, but you don't see Oinkmon move out of the way, and your character leaves the room. You know, a lot of people playing the game for the first time might not think to go back into the room and then realise that Oinkmon is no longer blocking the way, so that access to the underground lake is available, which is the place that you need to go to in order to get the Digi-Egg, which enables you to core Digimon.
Digimon and Submarimon, I believe that both those Digimon belong to Cody in the second season of Digimon. I believe that Cody's Digimon is the Digimon that can armor Digivolve into Submarimon and Digimon. There's a number of different Digi-Eggs in the second season, and I've got someone knocking on my door. Just need to pause. Carrying on. Shogun Gekomon taken out. Did over 2,200 damage. So yeah, I mean, in the first Digimon game, no, the first Digimon season, there's obviously the Digi-Eggs, which the Digidestin's Digimon hatch from. You know, the baby forms of Agumon, Gabumon, Biomon, Tentamon, Palmon, Gomamon, Patamon, and Gatomon. And then in the second season, the Digidestins have their Digimon. Davis has Vmon. TK has Patamon again. Kairi has Gatomon again. Yoli has Hawkmon. And Cody has his Digimon. Is it Armadillomon? And there's a number of different Digi-Eggs which enable the Digimon to armor Digivolve. Although I seem to recall their natural Digivolutions being better than the armor Digivolutions. So I know Vmon can armor Digivolve into Flamedramon, and there is another Digimon, but I can't remember its name. And then Vmon naturally digivolves to X-Vmon. I forgot to mention Ken, who has Wormmon. But I don't think Wormmon does any armor Digivolutions. I think it just digivolves to Stingmon. Patamon, his natural Digivolution is Angemon. I think he armor digivolves to, is it Pegasusmon? And I think Patamon has another armor Digivolution as well. Gatomon, who naturally digivolves to Angemon. I can picture her armor Digivolution, but can't remember the name of the Digimon. Armadillomon, I can't remember the name of the Digimon that he naturally digivolves to, but his DNA Digivolutions are Submarimon and Digmon. Hawkmon, I think, digivolves to Arquilamon. I need to focus on this battle. I give Inferno a try. Puts his HP into the red, but then he heals.
So I try Blast Mode instead. Which does less damage. But I know that I can defeat him here. And that actually did more damage that time than the first Inferno did. 2,700, that actually would have defeated him in one. Hawkmon, I can picture one of its armor digivolutions. The Digimon that does Tempest Wing. But I can't remember the name of the Digimon. My memory is a bit vague, but I think the most significant Digimon in the second season is Imperialdramon and Imperialdramon Fighter Mode. I think he is, out of the Digidestined's Digimon, I think that Imperialdramon is the toughest Digimon that you see, because XVmon and Stingmon DNA digivolve into Pyaldramon, Pyaldramon digivolves into Imperialdramon, and then there's also Imperialdramon Fighter Mode. The other champions can DNA digivolve, because there's 4 other champions. I think it's Angemon and the champion form of Armadillomon, which DNA digivolve together, and then Gatomon and Arquilamon, who DNA digivolve together, so they can DNA digivolve into ultimate forms, but I don't think they digivolve any further, whereas Pyaldramon digivolves into Imperialdramon, who's a Mega Digimon. So we are using the seabed to get to the west sector. It can probably be done via the circuit board instead. We can probably get to the west sector via the circuit board, but I'm sort of more comfortable with the seabeds than the circuit boards. I consider the seabeds to be a lot more simple, a lot more straightforward. It's common for me to forget the routes in the circuit boards, and it's also common for me to get lost in the circuit boards. So even though it might have been possible to get to the west sector via the circuit board, I took the easier option and just used the seabed instead. So Impact Rush is enough to defeat Dragomon. I don't think that Inferno would work too well against him. Blast Mode would probably defeat him, but Impact Rush also does the job and requires less MP consumption.
South Badland. We are here in the West Sector. The Mirage Tower is the first place to go to. Speak to the leader of the Resistance, and then go to the Dum Dum Factory so that we can battle Black Wargreymon and Black King Numamon. I would say, when I play normally, Black Mega Gargomon and Black King Numamon cause me the most trouble. Black Mega Gargomon, because I think he's the most powerful, and then Black King Numamon, because his attack can cause you to freeze, which can result in you missing a lot of turns, and that can be very frustrating and can also result in you getting defeated. Under these circumstances, though, I didn't anticipate having any trouble with the Black Digimon in the Amaterasu server. The route to get to the Mirage Tower through the Mobius Desert is the same in both servers, so no trouble with making it to the Mirage Tower. Giga Fire didn't quite manage to defeat that Digimon, and for what it's worth, the only reason why I defeated Tankmon with a single Giga Fire is because it was a critical hit. If it wasn't a critical hit, then Tankmon would have survived. And the point I'm making is that Giga Fire wasn't necessarily the right choice of attack for this level of opposition, and that Inferno and Blast Mode would have been better choices, even though they consume more MP, because with Giga Fire, in a lot of cases, you're dependent on critical hits. And the standard attack that I did, which did over 2,000 damage, that surely was a critical hit. And the Search Crest increases the chances of critical hits. And I just can't imagine my regular attack doing 2,000 damage against these sort of Digimon. And I do check out the equipment. Nothing took my fancy though.
So from speaking to the leader, stuff gets mentioned which you then mention to Lisa when talking to her later on in the game, and then you come up with the idea of teaming up with the Resistance and being able to make it into the West Sector City and the North Sector City, so that you can defeat the other two AOA chiefs and then make it past Nightmon. I don't risk Giga Fire, I just use Inferno. And it does the job. Over 2,700 damage. So we get a Tankmon, having previously defeated one with Giga Fire with just one attack. I think to use Giga Fire here, but Tankmon survives. Then I realised that it was only because of a critical hit why I was able to beat him with one Giga Fire previously, finish him off with a standard attack, which did over 1,600, and I thought to myself, that must have been a critical hit, right? Surely I couldn't do that much damage with my standard attack. I put the theory to the test. 714 damage. Clearly I was getting critical hits when I was doing significantly more damage. So my regular attack is not good enough to defeat these Digimon. Not good enough to defeat them in one. Inferno and Blast Mode, those are the techniques that I really need to be using. I take the liberty to rest to recover my HP and MP. I don't save though, I just carry on. Kenimon. I think fire works fairly well against her, but I don't trust Giga Fire to defeat her in one, so I use Inferno instead, which did defeat her in one and did over 3,000 damage. That was probably a critical hit. And
now we start to make progress with the Dum Dum factory. I do go into the 4 rooms that I went into when I was in the Asuka server. Reason for that is because the items in the rooms are item chips, and I wanted to collect them just to see if any of them could be of value. But all that can be boosted is my charisma and my tolerances. So chips that are linked to attack, defense, spirit, wisdom and speed are all useless. So I just wanted to see if any of these item chips could be of use. And Black Wargreymon is located where Hyandromon is located in the Asuka server, whereas Black King Numamon is located where Worumunsimon is in the Asuka server. So I do go into my items. Charisma chip, makes sense to use that. Only went up by 1 though. The other chips are not of value. Normally Black Wargreymon is one of the tougher of the Digimon for me because of his high attack power and the fact that he does mega strength as well. But that's when playing the game normally, which is not the way of things here. So I give blast mode a try. Over 1800 damage, puts his HP comfortably under half. One more of these will do the trick, providing it wasn't a critical hit when I did 1800 damage. Which it wasn't, because I did the same amount of damage there, and it's highly unlikely that I would get 2 critical hits in a row, and that the amount of damage would be the exact same both times. So that's 4 of them beaten so far. Black Mega Gargomon, Black Imperialdramon, Black Seraphimon, Black Wargreymon. All 4 of those Digimon gave me an item which was either a weapon or an armor. Black King Numamon gives you the bit adapter, which is an accessory. Off the top of my head, I'm trying to think what Black Wargreymon gives you. Cougarmon survived. So it was a critical hit when I defeated him the last time with Giga Fire. I have a feeling Black Wargreymon possibly gives you an item which has something to do with training, like an item that like the most advanced like level rank for training, but
My memory is a bit vague. I'll have to, but we'll see when I defeat him later on. I decide to use Impact Rush. It consumes less MP, and it defeated Garbagemon in one attack, which I was hoping it would. So this will be the last black Digimon that I take on for a while. In my experiences of playing this game, fire often works well against Black King Numamon, which justified my decision for using Inferno, and it put his HP to the very minimum, did almost 3,000 damage, almost defeated him in one. Then I just finish him off with a standard attack. Is there such a Digimon as King Numamon? In the Digimon seasons, is King Numamon an actual Digimon? Because I recently did a Digimon marathon where I watched Season 1, Season 2, Season 3, also known as Digimon Tamers, Season 4, also known as Digimon Frontier, Season 5, also known as Digimon Data Squad, Season 6, also known as Digimon Fusion, and I watched what I thought was Digimon Tri, where it's the original characters, but later on. But that wasn't actually what I watched. It was the original characters, but I think they were younger than when they were in Season 1, and my friend said that it was like a reboot or something. But I watched that season. I haven't seen Digimon Tri, where it was the originals, but years later, and I have only seen the first Digimon movie, and that was as a kid. I haven't seen it for about 20 years or so. And some of the Digimon that I watched online. Some of it was only available in Japanese, so I wasn't able to watch all of it in English. But I don't recall ever seeing a Digimon called King Numamon. It could be that my memory's not very good, or it could be that he's one of those Digimon that only exists in the games. Unless he's in one of the movies that I haven't seen. I do need to watch Digimon Tri and the Digimon movies. I did get through the Digimon seasons very quickly when I watched them all, did the Digimon marathon. And I was very into it at the time, but at the moment my interest in gaming is what's very high, and so it might be a while before I'm sort of willing to watch the Digimon series that I haven't yet seen, as well as the Digimon movies. There's only one Digimon movie that I've seen. I think it was the first one, but you know, I was a child at the time. We're talking like 20 years ago, and I really can't remember much at all. I remember the Digidestins were up against a Digimon, which kept like digivolving to like a more advanced level, and then the Digidestins, their Digimon, like digivolved as well to try and like keep up with it. And I just remember the enemy Digimon just kept digivolving, and I think it became too powerful. And that's about all I can remember, really. So just so we're clear, I'm using this circuit board to go to the north sector. I'm going to be in the Amaterasu server, and I'm going to go to the Ice Dungeon and defeat the Ice Master, Fire Master, and Dark Master. I was aware of the Fire Dungeon and how there's those explosions which cause your HP to go down to 1, and I didn't have any healing techniques loaded, which meant that there was potential for the life plugs to come in handy to use them to heal my HP, because I don't want to be going through the game with just 1 HP. All it takes is 1 ambush, or just 1 incident where the opposing Digimon attacks first, or the opposing Digimon survives one of my attacks and then they attack. So, I got security from knowing that I had life plugs on me, but I also took the precaution of saving and resting here so that no significant progress would become undone if I was to get unlucky in the Fire Dungeon. It's just one of those things where it's extra risky if you've only got 1 Digimon, as opposed to if you've got 3 Digimon, and if 1 gets taken out, then you put another one in and you can use life discs to revive Digimon that have been defeated. I didn't want to have any other Digimon on me, because I didn't want to have like an overpowered Cotemon while also having a couple of feeble Digimon accompanied with me. I just wanted 1 Digimon, and for the Digimon to be very overpowered. In the Digimon series, Beelzemon features in the 3rd season Digimon Tamers, and although he is a Mega, I don't exactly consider him to be among the elite, because if it hadn't been for Jerry, then he would have been defeated by Gallantmon, who's just a regular Mega, the Mega form of Gilmon. You've got Digimon a lot you've got Digimon who I would say are a lot more powerful than the likes of like Beauzamon and Gallantmon. This is in the Digimon seasons that I'm talking about. But in this game, I would say that Beauzamon is the best Digimon. His standard attack seems to do more damage than any other Digimon standard attack. His overall stats seem to be among the elite, and his signature technique, Blast Mode, seems to be one of the best techniques available, as well as the other techniques that he can learn, his non-signature techniques. So, the point I'm making is I think Beauzamon is very overpowered in this game, a lot more than he is in the season. Well, Ice Digimon won't be any threat, because I've got Inferno, the most powerful fire technique, or at least that I know of. Almost 3,000 damage. Inferno will be the answer here as well. Over 6,500, surely a critical hit. And Inferno won't be the answer this time. But we've always got Blast Mode and Impact Rush for scenarios like these. And that's all 3 Digimon defeated in one. In the next area, the Fire Dungeon, the Fire Master is going to be fighting with Fire Digimon, so obviously we're not going to be using fire techniques against him. It will most probably be Blast Mode. So I've only got 1 HP and I've gotten into a battle. But I put my confidence into Soul Plunder, which didn't let me down. I didn't want to use a life plug and then have another explosion put my HP back down, and then have to use another life plug and then encounter another explosion and then have to use another life plug, etc, etc. I just wanted to make it to this stage and take out any random Digimon with Soul Plunder or a different technique if I had confidence in it, getting into the battle here and then using a life plug, and I'm at the point where I'm past the explosions and there's no risk of me being affected by them again. The Ice Master and Fire Master, I think they only give you item chips for beating them, but the Dark Master gives you an experience adapter, which for like normal playthroughs would be a very handy accessory. You know, the experience adapter and bit adapter, both very valuable accessories. Experience adapter, I think, boosts the amount of experience that you get from a battle by 20%, whereas the bit adapter, I think, boosts the amount of money that you get from battles by 20%. They're not of any use in this run, but you know, they would normally be very valuable. Experience adapter comes from beating the Dark Master, bit adapter comes from beating Black King Numamon. And in this server you can't go any further than the Dark Master, but in the Asuka server you are able to go further, and you go into the room where you are able to go to the real world for the 180 seconds where you try and stop the Juggernaut. Here we are. I now have to make my way back the way that I came. For a shortcut out of the Dark Dungeon, just run into one of these and you'll get sent back to here. When proceeding through the Fire Dungeon, there is the issue of the explosions. Like with when I was proceeding through the Fire Dungeon, I decided, you know, I would only heal if I was to get into a battle, and I was fortunate in that by this point I had already made it past all of the explosions, so I wouldn't need to use any more life plugs. I had to rely a tiny bit on luck, because I had to rely on me not getting ambushed. I had to rely on the opposing Digimon not attacking first. And when I used Soul Plunder on Blue Mirrormon, I had to rely on it working, the one-hit knockout side of it. The odds were stacked heavily in my favour, but none of it was guaranteed. But you saw me save at the inn, so not much progress would have been undone. And if for whatever reason I had real trouble, then it would have been easy to have changed something. I mean, if I really needed to, I could have gone to a Pixiemon and had, Renamon and Patamon put in and have some life discs, or, get some supercharges and heal Cotemon after each explosion before going into battle, but none of that turned out to be necessary. And from here I head back towards where the inn is, but I use a circuit board to switch servers. Then I go to the North Sector City, battle the leader, and then I need to go to the ice dungeon in the Asuka server and proceed through there to the bit where I get sent to the real world. And when I'm in the real world, I do the bit properly, even though it's not essential, and I do defeat the random Digimon that I get into battles with. I defeat the AOA that I get into battles with. I do as much as I possibly could have done in that respect, and I think I collected all of the items as well, or at the very least I certainly collected the majority of the items, and I do check them out afterwards, and there are 2 separate weapons that I equip, which results in me maintaining 999 attack, but while also having 999 speed. So I finally am able to have 999 attack, defense, spirit, wisdom, and speed. Because there are some, good items that can be found in there. Good weapons, good armors. You can get a fair bit of experience for battles that you win, and any items you don't want can be sold at a high price. order to be able to go to the real world, you do need all 4 badges. The badge for defeating all 4 leaders. So you do have to go to the North Sector city first in this server before going to the Ice Dungeon and proceeding through to the area where you can get sent to the real world. From looking at the timer, providing I don't make any further edits to this video, we're more than 5 hours into the video. We're about 2/3 of the way through the video, or we're coming up to 2/3 of the way through the video, so still a fair bit of time ahead of us yet, but if you are still watching, then it's great that you are still watching this video and that you've, that you've watched it all the way through so far, and hopefully you'll continue to watch it. I understand that you probably haven't watched all of this in one day. You've probably, separated it into different days. I know I would. If I was to watch a video of this length, I wouldn't watch it all in one day. I would break it up. I might do 1 hour, have a break, then watch another hour, have a break, so that maybe I'm watching like 2 hours a day, and then sort of do that for several days until I watch the whole video. So the point I'm making is I don't expect you to have watched this far all in one day. I don't expect you to watch the rest in just one day. Just do what works for you. I know that I would have to break it up into different days and have breaks. But if you have watched this far, then it's great that you have done so, and hopefully you've liked this so far and that you'll continue to enjoy it enough to, carry on watching it. Annoyingly, he survived. But he didn't get the opportunity to heal. And that's the end of Metawetamon. When you're using Digimon that have advanced fire techniques, it is plausible that the North Sector leader could be considered to be the easiest. even though, like, when it comes to stats, he is the most powerful of the 4 leaders. But when you consider, like, strengths and weaknesses, if you've got powerful fire techniques, then you know, you shouldn't have any difficulties. I'm not sure if Koetamon is vulnerable to fire, but certainly the other 2 Digimon are, or at least they appeared to be. I don't know if Koetamon is classed as, like, machine since he's made of metal. If he is, then electric would work well against him. Failing that, fire shouldn't work badly against him, and so you can probably still do reasonable damage with fire. So you, yeah, just regarding this Overpowered run, I did put a lot of time and effort into the grinding that needed to be done in order to make this run possible. I did enjoy the grinding, but it was still a lot of time and effort. The actual run itself and the recording, I said before that I didn't like it as much as I hoped I would. But putting that aside, I did put a lot of time and effort into this run, and so I hope that you as viewers have liked what you've watched so far, and I hope that you know, enjoy the rest of this Overpowered run. And it's great that you have, you know, devoted your time to me. It's great that with all the things that you could have done with your time, it's very flattering, reassuring that you've chosen to watch this run that I have put together. So, you know, I hope that this run has been something that you as viewers have liked, and if you've got any feedback to share, then, you know, please comment and let me know what you think. You could, I mean, it might make more sense to watch the whole video before commenting, but please let me know what you think. Or feedback is welcome, be it positive or negative. Positive feedback is flattering and reassuring because it's nice to know that certain things have worked well and that people have liked certain things, and it's nice to know that, you know, the stuff that I do is being enjoyed and admired. But negative feedback is very helpful as well, because it's useful to know if I'm not doing certain things as well as I could potentially. It's nice to know if things aren't going as well as they could have done, if I could have done things better, if there's something about me or the run that's not quite right, then it would be very useful to be informed, because you need negative feedback in order to make changes that should be made. And when I get to here, I go to the wrong one by mistake and get sent back. But but from that, I knew that the other one was the correct one, because I knew it was one of these two, and I thought it was the one that I went into, but it wasn't. So I then went into the correct one, And here we are. So the first of 3 battles, and presumably the easiest as well. There is something coming up in the fire dungeon, something very key, very significant, and I would like to start to mention it now, and that's that something did happen. When I was making it through the fire dungeon, I did have the explosion happen, which reduced my HP to 1, and I did actually end up getting into a battle where the opposing Digimon attacked first. I wasn't ambushed, but the opposing Digimon attacked first, and I don't want to say what happened next because I don't want to give anything away, but the thing that I'm talking about is coming up shortly. It should be within the next minute or so, and I just want to start to talk about it just so I've given you a heads up and that you're prepared for it. And I did panic when I saw the opposing Digimon attack first with me only having 1 HP, and rather than say what happened next, I would obviously like to leave you viewers to see it for yourself. So you can see the explosions. This must be the battle. Red Numamon attacks first. Boy, was I relieved when I evaded that. So relieved that I didn't want to go any further without healing. Statistically, the probability of me blocking that might have been in my favour, but nonetheless, when it was a case of get hit, I die, block it, I survive, it was very crucial, and I was extremely relieved when I blocked the attack. And even if the odds were in my favour, can't be denied I was very lucky to have survived there. Because if I didn't block that, I would have been defeated, and getting beaten in what's meant to be an overpowered run would be absolutely shameful. The purpose of an overpowered run is to breeze through the game, mopping the floor with everyone, and to get defeated yourself, that would just be humiliating. I was saying about, giving me feedback. I mean, I'm not the best in the world when it comes to gaming. I'm not the smartest in the world when it comes to gaming. I'm not the most knowledgeable when it comes to gaming, but generally speaking, I very much enjoy the gaming that I do, and have a lot of passion for it, and do devote a lot of time and effort to it. And I can only hope that you as viewers enjoy it as well, because I know that I enjoy the majority of the gaming that I do, and when I think about the time and effort that I put in, you know, I would like to hope that, you know, it goes noticed and that people enjoy it, and that what I do isn't going to waste. There are some sort of downfalls about myself which does affect my gaming and my ability, and it also affects other things surrounding the gaming, but I'm not sure how much of it I can say at the moment, because the real world isn't far ahead, and I do want to comment on the real world as and when I go about it, so I might have to wait until after the real world before I move on to the next bit that I was hoping to talk about. I did rest and save before going into the real world, and I did just do one like practice try of the real world, just to try and re-familiarise myself with it, and just to sort of help me just get a fresh feel for it. And then I only have one practice try before I go into the real thing, which is what you're going to see, because I wasn't recording when I did the practice run. And after the practice run, I just reloaded the game, and you see me save and reload. It gets speeded up, and then you see me go into the real world after reloading. Rest first so that my MP is full, ready for all the battles that I'm going to be getting into. Save so that I don't lose any progress. So I've reloaded, so I just have to speak to the person, and then I get the 180 seconds in the real world. It doesn't matter what you do, there's no way of stopping the Juggernaut from being launched. So you could do what the speedrunners do, just stand still and wait for the timer to fall to 0. That is the fastest way of getting this bit done. Or if you want to make the most of the items and battles that are available, then you can try to explore and, you know, try to get all of the items that are lying around and win all of the battles and gain all the experience and bits that you get. I think that all of the opposing Digimon are like water Digimon, and in which case fire techniques wouldn't work very well against them. And it's because of that why I choose to use blast mode, because that would work better against the sort of opposition that I'm up against. I do get those other items. I haven't left them behind. I have to come here first, and then I have to go back the way I came, and I can get those other items when backtracking, which isn't far away. Just collect this item here, and now backtrack, collect the items that I had initially left behind. And now we go down this way for the first time. If you choose to like explore this area, you know, with the intention of, you know, trying to find your bearings, you just want to sort of practice, you know, trying to explore, then it might make more sense to just run away from the battles if you're able to. I know that when I did the practice try, in between saving and reloading, I ran away from all the battles just to save time, and I believe I successfully ran away from every single one of them without any difficulty. I think that your speed is what affects the chances of you successfully running away, and if I'm right about that, then the thing to remember is that my speed is at the maximum, well, virtually at the maximum, and there were two paths that I didn't explore there, and that's because my recollection was that those two paths just connect to each other. There was one path that I didn't run down and then another path that I didn't run down, and my recollection was that those two paths just connect to each other and that it's just a long route. That is the case with some of these paths. Like, some of the paths just connect to other paths. So some of the paths that you ignore just connect to paths that you've previously been on. So I was just going by like the areas that I record having items. For beating the metal soldier, you do get an item as well as experience and bits. If I remembered correctly about where there are items and where there are not items, then I would have collected every item, but I know about how my memory can play up as well as my concentration, so I'm not going to promise you that I categorically collected every item that's available here. I might have done. I certainly collected the majority of the items, but it is possible that there might have been some items that I missed. And apart from the random Digimon, there is one other battle that you can get into if you do all of the other requirements before the timer runs out. This way takes us back to a previous area we were at. And I think I hesitated for a bit, because you sort of saw me going back and forth. But I do sort it out. I do find my bearings again and carry on exploring. I go this way first. There are no, apart from random Digimon, there are no battles that you get into this way. This way only contains items. It's a different path that has to be taken in order for you to make it up to the other battle that you are able to get into. This is a location that you can only go to once. So when it comes to obtaining the items that are here, it is a case of now or never. If you don't collect every item, then you won't get the opportunity to come back and collect the others. It is a case of these items are missable if you don't collect them during your one and only opportunity to collect them. Whether or not any of these items are exclusive to this particular location, I'm not sure, I don't know if there are any items that can only be collected here and can't be collected anywhere else. But what I do know is that, you know, if you don't collect them when you come here, then you don't get the opportunity to come back. But none of these items are mandatory when it comes to game completion, nor are any of them mandatory when it comes towards getting the 5 strongest epic items, which is what you need in order to be able to defeat Kurt after defeating Galacticmon. From defeating the Royal Guard, you get experience and bits and an item that he drops, but your character is unable to stop the Juggernaut from being launched. That is part of the storyline which cannot be prevented. So you can see from this that even if you do the most that can be done in this area, you still can't stop the Juggernaut from launching. And you then return to the chamber room. And your character decides to consult Lisa and the others to see if any of them have any ideas on what to do next. Unfortunately, you get a quick return to the ice dungeon, and then you can leave, unless you get into a battle, and in which case you have to have a battle first, and then you can leave. Right, away we go. Although, I also decide to check out the items that I got. That boosts charisma but lowers dark tolerance. Decide to leave it how it is. Initially it doesn't look like a good idea to switch weapons, but then I remember the weapon I've got is like a two-handed weapon, and it might be worth trying two single weapons, which I do, and I end up with maximum attack and maximum speed. And if I was to put the original weapon back, then not only would it lower my speed, but it would lower my charisma as well. All the other items get sold. And we do now leave the ice dungeon at last. Going back to what I was saying, I think I started to say about like difficulties and problems that affect me when it comes to gaming. Well, actually, it would be more correct to say that there are problems and difficulties which affect me when it comes to a lot of things in life, not just the gaming. I would like to begin by pointing out something that some of you viewers will already be aware of, and that's the fact that I have autism as well as severe depression and anxiety, and I'm currently a patient at a psychiatric hospital, and I have in total spent years inside of psychiatric hospitals due to how severe my depression and anxiety can be, not to mention my autism as well and how that affects me. And I can experience extreme low mood, extreme low motivation, very bad like routine, lifestyle, health and hygiene, and all things like that. And it can get to the point where I simply am too unwell to do gaming, don't have the motivation for it, don't have the energy for it, am living a lifestyle where I'm just not able to do any gaming. I have received treatment to try and help with my depression and anxiety, which has affected my mind, memory, and concentration to the point where I have difficulty concentrating. I have difficulty taking things in, understanding things, and difficulty remembering things. And so when it comes to gaming, unfortunately I do forget a lot of what I learn. Like, a lot of what I already knew I ended up forgetting, and I have to try to like remind myself, re-familiarise myself with things, and I have to rely heavily on like external resources, and like the stuff, like when I study the resources, it doesn't take long before I forget what I've studied, and so the stuff I learn, I soon end up forgetting it. So when it comes to gaming, I forget how to do a lot of things. I forget a lot of techniques. Forget a lot of stuff like that. My concentration comes into play as well, and I have trouble with literacy skills, reading, writing, spelling. Sometimes I'll read things incorrectly. I also have problems with general speech and pronunciation. When I was a child, I had to attend speech therapy, and I do still have problems with reading things incorrectly, mispronouncing things, saying things incorrectly, not knowing how to say certain things and saying other things by accident. And when I do commentary for games, it's very common for me to say names incorrectly, names within the games, people within the games, places. It's very common for me to say things incorrectly, pronounce things incorrectly. It wouldn't surprise me at all if during this Overpowered Run, it wouldn't surprise me at all if I've said things incorrectly, the names of Digimon and places and things like that. I have difficulty saying certain things correctly. I do struggle sometimes, certainly with certain parts of gaming, due to problems with memory and concentration caused by treatments that I've received to try and help my depression and anxiety. So a lot of stuff's just in one ear and out the other. I forget a lot of things. I struggle to keep things in my mind, remember facts, remember information, remember techniques or stuff like that. And the difficulty with speech and pronunciation and literacy skills, that's something I've had my whole life. And just trouble with processing things, understanding things, interpreting things, that's something else which has been a problem pretty much most of my life, and I think that's linked to my autism. There are things that do affect me when it comes to just general life, and that includes gaming. So I would like to apologise for any mistakes or just anything that's not quite right, anything I've done incorrectly, anything I've said that hasn't been true, any mispronunciations, me forgetting things, whatever it might be. I would like to apologise, because I do think that I could do a lot better in those departments, and that my gaming would be better if it wasn't for problems that I've got. Well, I think that's pretty much everything that I was planning on saying regarding that. So from here, we need to change servers and go to the west sector, and I do rest and save beforehand, so that I could remind myself of the best route to take from here in order to get to the west sector in the Amaterasu server, because I couldn't remember the best route, so I had to check a speed run just to see the best, like the fastest way to get from here to the west sector city in the Amaterasu server. And that's something that I did numerous times while recording. I had to check a speed run just to remind myself of the fastest way of doing certain things, the correct route, the correct path, and I had to rely on other resources, like a Digivolution guide on the internet and other resources for guides on other areas as well. And the reason why we're heading for the west sector is so that we can defeat the chief in the city. We then head to the north sector for the fourth and final chief, and then it's a case of going to the Amaterasu city, going to the admin center, defeating the AOA people who are in our way, the soldiers and attackers. I don't think there's any troopers. Defeat them so that we get a clear path to the Game Master. Then it's a case of defeating the Game Master, and normally you would then go to the East Sector city in one of the servers, I can't remember which one, and I think you have to speak to Keith beforehand, who says something, and then in the East Sector city in one of the servers you have to speak to the Airdramon in the Gal Tower, and it then does something which results in all of the Oinkmon being turned back to humans, and then so everything seems fine, but that's not the end of the trouble. And if you go to the admin center in the Asuka city, I think it's in the Game Master room or near the Game Master room, you see Oinkmon, and I think you see those Digimon, is it Venmon? You encounter one shortly before you battle the Game Master earlier in the game, and when you then return from the admin center, everybody is Oinkmon and the AOA music is playing, and if you then go to the Amaterasu city, you encounter Cal, who says that everybody apart from you and her, were turned into Oinkmon. You go to the admin center, the Game Master area, encounter Lord Megadeth, follow him. You have to defeat Lord Megadeth, and then that's followed by the battle against Galacticmon, which is the main battle. For people who are playing the regular Digimon World 3, Galacticmon is the final boss. But for those of us playing Digimon World 2003, the game doesn't end there. Although, after you defeat the Megami President, you don't actually have to turn the Oinkmons back into people. After you defeat the Megami President, if you go straight to the admin center in the Asuka server, then the Oinkmon will be there. You'll encounter the Venmon, and you can then proceed like normal and encounter Lord Megadeth and Galacticmon, and that's how I do things in this playthrough. I do it to save time. It's not necessary to turn the Oinkmon back into people in order to complete the game. In the interest of, saving time and doing it as quickly as possible, I pretty much go straight from the Megami President to Lord Megadeth. All that I have to do is the travelling from the Amaterasu city to the Asuka city to see the Oinkmon and the Venmon, and then the reverse journey to bump into Cow, and then encounter Lord Megadeth, follow him, defeat him, and then proceed with the battle against Galacticmon. And since this is Digimon World 2003, this playthrough won't be ending after Galacticmon. I will also do some of the extra stuff, which is only available on the Digimon World 2003 version. The extra stuff that I will be doing is the 4 leaders and Kurt. In order for Kurt to battle you, you have to defeat the 4 leaders. In order for them to battle you, you need to have the 5 strongest epic items. And in this playthrough, I haven't taken any steps towards getting the 5 strongest epic items, apart from basic stuff like getting the old wand, rusty katana, etc, etc, and getting Cotemon to over level 45. But apart from that, I haven't done anything. Before I battle the 4 leaders, I will also go to one of the circuit boards to defeat the Black Digimon, Black Wargreymon, Black King Numamon, etc, etc. And that's the bonus stuff that I'm going to be doing, and it will be part of this Overpowered Run, so I'm going to be overpowered when I do these things. But there is going to be some changes in between defeating Galacticmon and doing the extra stuff afterwards. On this save file, I will make it up to Galacticmon, and I will battle him. You will see me do the rest of the game up until and including Galacticmon. You will see me do it on this save file. However, I'm then, after defeating Galacticmon, I'm then going to load a different save file. There is a different save file that I've got. The save file is after Galacticmon, so on this save file I've already defeated Galacticmon and have continued with the game afterwards, and on this save file I have done pretty much, well, prior to Galacticmon, on this save file I've done pretty much everything that can be done prior to defeating Galacticmon. And this save file, I started off by loading the save file where I had a level 99 Kotemon after doing the last bit of grinding, which resulted in me learning the Digivolution for Omnimon and Imperialdramon Paladin mode. This is a separate file. Well, I mean, like the same file initially, but it was then saved on a different memory card, and I continued with this file and did pretty much everything that could be done. Got the 5 strongest epic items, completed my card album, won both Jewel Islands, defeated every tamer in a card battle and Digimon battle, got all the DNA for all the Digimon, speaking to the agents, the researchers, making sure my Digimon were at the right level so that the researchers would be interested in me. Got all the DNA for all the Digimon. Got at least 10 of every booster pack from beating tamers in card battles, defeating all of the different Cardmon. I did pretty much everything that could be done. Got 5 separate Digimon up to level 45. Card battled those 5 tamers that give you legendary cards for beating them, as well as card battling all the Black Ugumons and Numamons, who give you a legendary card for beating them. Got loads of experience and bits from all the grinding that I had to do. I completed Kotemon's Digivolution chart. The Digimon that I got up to level 45 were Kotemon, Cougarmon, Renamon, Gilmon and Munmon, and that was so that I could get the 5 strongest epic items. With all of the money that I got from all of the grinding and all of the experience that I got, Kotemon's experience maxed out. It got up to 999,999. And then with all the money in the wedge shop, the black market, I was able to get loads and loads of item chips, max out my HP and MP, getting both up to 9,999, maxed out my charisma, got my tolerances a lot higher. This was all for Kotemon, and with having Gilmon and Renamon as well, I was able to get enough charisma in order for those 5 tamers to card battle me, so I can get the legendary cards. All 3 of my Digimon virtually needed maximum charisma, and I gave Kotemon and Renamon like weapons, armors and accessories to get their charisma high enough, and then when I was done, I sold their weapons and armors and accessories so their charisma went back down. I got money for the items that I sold. I fully explored all of the seabeds and circuit boards, got all the items that were contained within all of the seabeds and circuit boards. I did pretty much everything that could be done prior to battling Galacticmon, and on this save file I did defeat Galacticmon, went to the extra bits of the game afterwards, and when I load the save file after defeating Galacticmon, you will see, I will show you everything that I've got. You'll see Kotemon's Digivolution chart, you'll see my card album, you'll see my stats, you'll see my weapons, armors and accessories. You'll see everything that there is to see, and surprisingly, it only took about 120 hours in order to do everything. Because the save file that got loaded after the grinding, which resulted in me learning the Digivolution for Omnimon and Imperialdramon Paladin mode, I believe that the in-game time had been over 60 hours, and all this extra stuff that I did, and the timer only made it up to 120 hours, so it only took an extra 60 hours to do everything else. So from after I beat Galacticmon, I'm then going to load a different save file, but both save files came from the same origin. They both came from the save file after Omnimon and Imperialdramon Paladin mode. I used this, obviously I've shown you me doing the game here, but not too much of the extra stuff, and I've got a separate save file ready where I've done everything that I've done in this video plus loads more, and I'm in a position where I can do the rest of the game after Galacticmon while being even more overpowered than I am at the moment. And I did make use of the experience adapter and bit adapter when doing all the grinding, and that helped me get more experience and get more bits and get more item chips, where I was able to max out Kotemon's HP, MP and Charisma, as well as getting his tolerances much higher. So, yeah, since we aren't too far away from like the later stages of the game, I thought it would be a good time just to bring you up to speed with what's going to happen up until the Galacticmon fight, what's going to happen after the Galacticmon fight, and how I get from the position that I'm currently in to the position that I will be in, and that's from loading a different save file where all the necessary stuff was done in order for me to be able to battle the 4 leaders and Kurt while also being as overpowered as possible. Because at the moment I'm just using the circuit board to get to the central sector. I will obviously defeat the Megami President. There is Black Wargreymon as well, who I initially forgot about, but because I mean, to begin with, I go to the Amaterasu City and make a start on the AOA in the admin center. Then I remember Black Wargreymon, and I do then go and defeat Black Wargreymon. I think that's before taking on the Game Master. I mean the Megami President. And so once I defeat the Megami President, the AOA, and Black Wargreymon, it's then pretty much a case of doing what needs to be done to make it up to Lord Megadeth, then Galacticmon, and then loading the other save file, and then just bringing you up to speed with the relevant stuff, and then doing the extra bits of the game. I didn't want to mention this earlier in the run, but since we're coming towards the end, I thought that this would be the right sort of time just to make you aware of everything that you need to be made aware of. From here, I really should have gone to the sewer and defeated Black Wargreymon and then moved on to the AOA, but like I said, I initially forgot about Black Wargreymon and made a start on the AOA, but I'm sure I'd defeat Black Wargreymon before the Megami President. First up is 3 attackers, and you don't need to do as many battles this time as when you made it into the city in the Asuka server prior to taking on the Game Master, because in the Asuka server you had to start you had to use that door in the sewer, and then you had to start battling AOA troopers there before like proceeding through and making it to roughly where we are now. But this time around we just have to start where we are now, so it's sort of almost like we're like halfway already. It's like we only have to have like half as many battles as what we needed when we were fighting the AOA prior to making it up to the Game Master. So it's not as bad this time around, not as many battles, although the battles are a lot tougher, obviously. But you've seen that I had no difficulty with the first battle, and Puppetmon is not going to like Inferno, I can promise you that. Almost 3,000 damage. Piedmon is not vulnerable to fire, but he's not resistant to it either. Piedmon does have very good speed, but not as good as mine. Puppetmon has very good attack, but not as good as mine. The Digimon that we're going to be up against generally have good all-round stats, but not as good as mine. 1600, and I don't think that was a critical hit either. I used Blast Mode against Creepymon instead of Inferno, but he survives it, only just. And then I decide to reserve my MP and just finish him off with a standard attack. Maldramon and Megaseedramon, who I've already battled, I used Blast Mode against them because neither of them are vulnerable to fire. Yeah, fire is not effective against Maldramon, so Blast Mode is a strong preference. Same with Megaseedramon. With Cardmon, I think either Inferno or Blast Mode should probably do the trick. Inferno costs a tiny bit less MP, and I think is a tiny bit faster, and that was probably a critical hit. But even without a critical hit, I would expect Inferno to be powerful enough to defeat Cardmon. The Inferno will definitely work against Puppetmon and Piedmon. I'm not sure about Creepymon. He survived Blast Mode, so if I encounter another Creepymon, it might make sense to give Inferno a try just to see how it goes down. 1300, that's what it's been for all the Maldramons, so it's not, critical hits. Blast Mode does do that, and it does take him out in a single attack. Last time this did like over 2,600, but I'm sure that was a critical hit. 2,400. Okay, well, it was a critical hit both times. So it was a critical hit when it did 2,600, but it was also a critical hit that time when it did 2,400. Because, I mean, the damage wasn't the same, but there wasn't much difference between it on either occasion. So it wasn't that the first one was a critical hit and the second one wasn't, because if the second one wasn't a critical hit, then the amount of damage would have been a lot less, but it was only slightly less. But the but you know, it did two different amounts of damage both times, so we know that it couldn't have been regular damage both times. Inferno didn't work either, and it was weaker, so it looks like Blast Mode is the technique to use against Creepymon. Assuming it wasn't a critical hit when it did 1,300. It did 1,300 both times, so it looks like Blast Mode can almost beat Creepymon in one, but not quite. So there's no more AOA ahead of me, so I backtrack. I believe that I rest, since my MP is getting low, and then instead of going straight to the Megami President, I'm sure I go to Black Wargreymon instead, because I think it was while battling the AOA that I then remembered Black Wargreymon. So yeah, it looks like I am going to where Black Wargreymon is. Even if I didn't forget Black Wargreymon, I still would have backtracked before taking on the Megami President in order to rest and therefore recover my MP. The most threatening Digimon that the Megami President has, I think it's called Raidenmon. It recovers HP with Guilead Plant and has a powerful attack. Bright side for us is that it's vulnerable to fire, and with the Spirit and Wisdom that we've got and Inferno, I think it's fair to say that Raidenmon is not going to appreciate being hit by Inferno. Is it possible to defeat Raidenmon in one attack? Well, the battle is not too far away, and you can see if he gets taken down with a single hit. The fact that Inferno is prone to critical hits would increase the chances of taking him out in one. But I can't say I've ever seen a video of him being defeated in one. Usually he is very tough, so it's a tall order. Never thought of taking him out in one. Well, that did more than half. and that's all 6 of the Black Digimon taken care of. There was a bit of a gap in between Black King Numamon and Black Wargreymon, but nonetheless all 6 of them have now been defeated. When you arrive in the Amaterasu server, after travelling through the bug maze, you would have access to all 5 of the other Black Digimon: Black Megagargomon, Black Imperialdramon, Black Seraphimon, Black Wargreymon, Black King Numamon. The one that you don't have immediate access to is Black Wargreymon. There is work that has to happen before you are able to have access to Black Wargreymon, and in a normal playthrough, by the time you get round to him, you would be a much higher level than what you were when first arriving at the Amaterasu server. So the point I'm making is that it possibly would have made more sense to make Black Wargreymon more powerful as a way of sort of compensating for the fact that you yourself would surely be better off when battling him as opposed to the previous Black Digimon, but I don't think Black Wargreymon is more powerful. I think Black Megagargomon is probably the most powerful, followed by Black Wargreymon. Although they're not the most powerful, I'd say Black King Numamon and Black Seraphimon are probably the most frustrating. Black King Numamon because he can freeze you, and Black Seraphimon because he can heal. Black Imperialdramon, he's like the joke out of them all, because he consistently doesn't cause me any trouble. And then there's Black Wargreymon, who in my opinion is neither the toughest nor the easiest. Like with the Game Master, you can't go straight to the boss. When you're here, when you're here in the other server for the Game Master, before you battle the Game Master, you have to get past her guards first. This time around, you have to get past the Royal Guards first. And they have a Nightmon, who is quite a stubborn Digimon, because it takes a lot to bring him down. See, that only did over 1,000, which is quite weak for blast mode. And, it reduced his HP by a fair chunk. His HP is now in the red. And I'm sure Impact Rush will finish the job. And it did. And now it's just the Megami President ahead of us. the Metal Seedramon. Don't use Inferno on him. Use Blast Mode instead. HP into the red, over 1200 damage. Regular attack will finish the job. Memory serves, Venom Myotismon is up next. And it is. I don't think fire is particularly powerful against him. Probably more so than Metal Seedramon, but still I don't think it's particularly powerful. Blast Mode took him out in 1. Did well over 3,000, almost 4,000, surely a critical hit. And then it's Raidenmon. The moment of truth. Can I defeat him in 1? Can one single Inferno do the trick? Possibly. But not this time. Did over 2,500, brought his HP into the red. Wasn't enough to defeat him in 1. That time it did 1,470, so the first time it was a critical hit, the second time it wasn't. Had I not got any critical hits, then it would have taken, well, if he didn't heal, providing he didn't heal, then it would have taken 2 or 3 attacks in order to defeat him, probably 3. I mean, with a better critical hit, you possibly might be able to defeat him in 1. Possibly, but I'm not sure. Well, what if you were to do Fire Field before getting round to Raidenmon, and then use an Inferno with the assistance of a Fire Field? Would that enable you to defeat him in 1? I'm not sure, but still, as far as I'm aware, it's not very often Raidenmon gets defeated with just 2 turns. So I guess I shouldn't be beating myself up over the fact that I wasn't able to defeat him in 1. You know, I rest and I save, and I then practiced just to try and find out the best way of switching servers while trying to remain in the central sector, or at least as close to it as possible. I think I actually watched a speed run of a speedrunner do it, and I think I then did it myself and then reloaded, and well, here we are now. So this circuit board, it's possible to go through the circuit board so that you come out on the same spot but in the opposite server. So it's an easy way of getting from one server to the other, and if you want to return, you just have to do the reverse journey. And it's probably self-explanatory that that's what I do when I have to switch servers again. Before you get either Digi-Egg, you have to get around on foot, and well, there's the gondola which gets you from the east sector to the south sector, and vice versa, but apart from that you pretty much have to do all your travelling on foot. And then once you're able to call Submarimon, you're able to get to the west sector as well, and you're able to travel more quickly since it's faster to use the seabed rather than to get everywhere on foot. You know, a faster way of getting from Central Park to Kicking Forest, faster way of getting from the from one sector to the other. And then when you're able to call Digimon, you have an even more advanced method of travel, because the seabed can't get you to the north sector, nor can it get you between servers, but the circuit board, depending on which one you use, you can pretty much switch sectors, switch servers, more or less get anywhere in the game. Not every individual circuit board can take you anywhere you please. There are some that can only go to locations within one particular server. There are some that go in between servers but don't go to every sector. There are some that are just dead ends and have items. There are some that don't go anywhere useful, that they just contain like a Black Ugumon or a Numamon or the odd item. But there are, the circuit board holes, they are in every sector, they are in every server. So if you use the right one, then it is possible to get around. The central park alone has 3 circuit boards. There's 2 in the Plug Cape. You know, all the servers have a handful of different circuit boards. Now you can hear the AOA music playing. All of the people have been turned into Oinkmon. The Digimon are okay, but not the humans. They're all Oinkmon. And you and Cow are the only humans that haven't been turned into Oinkmon. I do remember, like, searching every nook and cranny as a kid, trying to see if there's anybody that hasn't been turned into Oinkmon, and I was unsuccessful. When you arrive in this server for the first time, there are still a few people who haven't been turned into Oinkmon. There's a few in the secret room in the west sector. There's a few in the legendary gym in the north sector. There's the resistance at the Mirage Tower. And maybe some others that I'm overlooking. But this time around, even those people have been turned into Oinkmon. I believe that the Ice Witches and Fire Knight, Fire Master, Dark Knight, Dark Master, I believe that they've all been turned into Oinkmon. Even the AOA Trooper in the Bug Maze and the Jungle Shrine, I think they've been turned into Oinkmon. So all the people who had previously been turned into Oinkmon, they got turned back into Oinkmon. The people who had a lucky escape the first time, I think they all got turned into Oinkmon, you know, even the ones that hadn't previously been Oinkmon. It was just you and Cow that had the escape. Even Lisa, Nick, Keith and Teddy, and even they were turned into Oinkmon. And the person in the city who does what Pixiemon does, you know, the one who you approach, if you want to, like, change your Digivolve type or load a technique, even though he gets turned into an Oinkmon, you can still do business with him. If you speak to the Oinkmon, then you can still like change your Digivolve type and load technique, stuff like that. And I did speak to him, and since I wasn't using Impact Rush much, I did switch GranKuwagamon for my Otismon, because I wanted to use Armor Off against Galacticmon in the hope of making Blast Mode even more powerful against him, but unfortunately it didn't have any effect. I do wonder if I had switched GranKuwagamon for Greymon instead and done double power, would that have had effect and enabled me to become more overpowered when using Blast Mode? It might have done, but I didn't think of it. I don't know if double power would have an effect, or if it wouldn't have an effect, like Armour Off didn't. But when I did a no gym, no equipment, no items, Kotemon solo challenge for this game, when I was against Galacticmon, I'm sure that I used techniques to boost my speed, and I don't recall them not working. So maybe you can improve your own stats, you know, like speed, attack, defense, but you can't influence Galacticmon's. As I just thought a great way to defeat Galacticmon in an Overpowered Run would be by, you know, beating him as quickly as possible, doing as much damage against him as possible. So Armour Off seemed like a great idea, but it was all in vain. And yeah, I just think it's a shame that I didn't consider double power, because that might have accomplished something. Well, we carry on, and for if this was Digimon World 3, then all that would be left would be 2 Metal Soldiers, Lord Megadeth, Galacticmon, and any random encounters that you're faced with. That's all there's going to be ahead of us and Galacticmon, but I've said it before, since this is Digimon World 2003, there's going to be more to come. Well, the chase is on. Let's pursue Lord Megadeth. This is another scenario where I did have to watch a speed run just to remind myself of the fastest way to get through this bit. When I watched a speed run to check one of the things I previously checked, possibly the route to get from the Amaterasu server to the Asuka server, and then back from the Asuka server to the Amaterasu server, which involved using a circuit board at the Central Park. I think it was when checking that I also checked this, just so that I could remind myself of the correct path when doing this bit. And when I say checked a speed run, I don't literally mean that I watched the entire speed run. I just mean that I went onto a speed run and then skipped forward to the bit that I needed assistance on, and then just watched the bit that was relevant for helping me with the bit that I needed help on. And for some reason I thought that Inferno would work well against this Digimon, but it didn't defeat him. I think I might have been confusing him with a different Digimon who I will encounter shortly before Lord Megadeth. It's a mandatory battle. Well, I mean, I say it's a mandatory battle. It's going into the battle is unavoidable, but I think you can run away from the battle. And after having bad luck with Inferno, I then gave Blast Mode a try. And that didn't do the job either. I mean, both times I managed to reduce their HP to the red, but neither time did I manage to defeat them in one. I was saying about having to consult a speed run. But the speed run that I checked, it's currently the world record any speed run for Digimon World 3, where the person used Kotemon as their starting Digimon. And this area, the first time, like the initial bit, it's easy because you just run onto the green circles and avoid the blue ones, and every destination you go to there's only one green one, and the green ones are the ones that take you to progress, so you can't go wrong. And I decided to try Blast Mode on this guy, and that did defeat him in one. So it looked like Blast Mode was the better technique to use on that Digimon. As I was saying, the first part you can't really go wrong, but then the second part, when you run on the green circle, it takes you to a destination where there are multiple different green circles, and then you get sent to other destinations where there's other multiple green circles, and only one of them takes you to where you want to go to. And then the third part, which I'm just coming to here, there's even more like different green circles, and only one that's going to be helpful. So I needed the walkthrough for the second part and the third part, but not the first part, because with that you couldn't go wrong. Because it was just a case of step on the green circles, avoid the blue ones, but then after that it was a case of choosing between multiple different green circles. So another metal soldier with the same Digimon. I remembered Blast Mode for this one. $1,800 again, taken out in one. And Blast Mode wasn't able to defeat this Digimon in one, not last time. So I see if Inferno works any better. It didn't, but it did enough damage so that I could finish him off with a standard attack. this will remove the final block, which is in our way. Then we proceed to the next stage, where there's one final battle before Lord Megadeath. And the Digimon that the battle is against, I think that's the Digimon that I was thinking of when I used Inferno on that previous Digimon, thinking it would be really effective, but it wasn't, and then I used Blast Mode instead, and it worked better. I think the Digimon that I was confusing it with is the Digimon that's just up ahead that I'm about to get into a battle with. So here's the battle. Here's the Digimon. Over 7,000, needless to say that fire works well against that Digimon. I mean, when it comes to appearance, they don't particularly look like each other, but they're both sort of shaped like a bug with numerous legs, and that's probably why I got them muddled up, even though they don't particularly look like each other. They both sort of match the same description. Like, they both look like a bug with lots of legs. I begin by seeing how effective Blast Mode is. Over 1,500, and probably reduced his HP by about a third. I then compare that to Inferno. 1,600, a little bit better. But then I finish him off with Blast Mode because I was cautious of the possibility that Inferno might have been a critical hit, whereas Blast Mode was less likely to have been a critical hit, and you saw that it did the same amount of damage, so it wasn't a critical hit. Inferno is a lot more prone to critical hits than Blast Mode is. This time I begin with Inferno. Uh, 1,300, reduced his HP by about 40%. I then see if Blast Mode can finish him off. It didn't. Did 1,500, so a bit more. Had I used Blast Mode both times, then I reckon I'd have beaten him in 2. And then the final Digimon that Lord Megadeath has. begin with blast mode. 1,000, probably about 30% of his HP. And I feel that Inferno has a chance of being better. It's much the same. I then decide to use a life plug to recover some MP, because I would like to enter the Galacticmon battle in a position where I've got enough MP, but hopefully got enough MP to defeat Galacticmon without needing to use any items during the fight, at least not in the interest of needing to recover my MP. But in between, when you defeat like the first part of Galacticmon and then move on to the second part, he does use that attack on you where it always reduces your HP to 1. And since I don't have any healing techniques loaded, I would have to use a life plug there to recover some HP, and it will top up my MP as well. And Lord Megadeth learns the hard way that creating an all-powerful Digimon can backfire, because Lord Megadeth's Digimon takes the view that it shouldn't obey Lord Megadeth because it's the most powerful Digimon and it wouldn't be right for it to take orders. And so it takes care of Lord Megadeth for us, and now we've only got one thing to worry about, and that's Snatchmon, who's going to become Galacticmon. So diving in, for the first part of the fight, I try armour off, but I'm disappointed by the results. No effect. $1,300, reduced his HP by about 20%, I would say. Inferno. Not as good, I don't think. Not bad, considering this is the final boss. That's the first stage of the fight done. The second stage is more annoying because he's prone to blocking attacks and he can counter as well. Because even though my main stats are at the maximum, I still end up having attacks blocked, which I was hoping wouldn't happen. I thought that having the stats that I've got would be enough to not have attacks blocked, but that wasn't the case. I try armour off on this stage of the fight as well, and it has no effect either. So I then go back to blast mode. One got evaded. 800 damage. Reduced his HP by about 15%, I would say. I try Inferno. I think they all got blocked. And it would have been weaker as well. So, blast mode seemed like the best one to go with. Managed 3 hits that time. Now he's gone into the stage where he takes double damage. 2 hits. 1600 damage. Put his HP into the red. This is an opportunity to finish him off. And it has finished him off. Another 1600, and that is actually Galacticmon defeated, and this would normally be the end. It would be if you were playing Digimon World 3, but we're not. So I stop here, and then I load the other save file where I'm at the extra parts of the game with the 4 leaders and Kurt ahead of me. Here we are loading the save file. You can see I've been playing for almost 120 hours. I've got Kotemon obviously at level 99, and my bits have dropped to just over 14,000, and that's as a result of all the item chips that I bought, as well as other things, but mostly the item chips. So HP and MP are both at 9,999 thanks to all the HP chips and MP chips. Items, 50 life discs, 50 life plugs, weapons, Fujin blade, and the 5 strongest epic items. Armor, Ronin helmet, and Ronin armor. Accessories, experience adapter, bit adapter, wind power S. So you can see all the important items that I've got, things that I had in the previous, the other save file, plus other things which I didn't have in the previous save file. You can see I've got all the DNA for all the rookie Digimon that I didn't start off with. So yeah, the items takes us to the beginning of a third page. Attack, defense, spirit, wisdom, speed, charisma, all 999. Fire tolerance is 684. The other tolerances are all over 300. With the exception of wind, they're all over 350. Oh wait, wind and electric. Wind and electric are below 350. The others are all above 350. I've got Beelzemon at level 99 with Black Skewer. Imperialdramon Paladin mode, level 99. Omnimon, level 99. Card album. I have every single card in the game, including the legendaries. And the reason why I've got Imperialdramon Paladin mode is because I wanted to have a healing technique. So I was able to load Final Hill, which Imperialdramon Paladin mode knows, and then I've got Omnimon for Inferno in Giga Fire, and Beelzemon is the Digimon that I'm going to be using. He's got his own techniques, plus 2 of them have been loaded. So Digivolution chart, I've got all of Kotemon's natural Digimon. Greymon, Metal Greymon, Wargreymon, Omnimon, Skullgreymon, Black Wargreymon, XVmon, Pyaldramon, Imperialdramon, the next 2 Imperialdramons, Metal Mumemon, Metal Garudamon and Mega Cargomon, Stingmon, Carboterimon, GranKuwagamon, Diaboromon, Renamon's natural Digivolutions, Anjawomon, Rosemon, Phoenixmon, Patamon's natural Digivolutions, Digitarmamon, Devimon, Myotismon, Mallow, Myotismon, Beelzemon, Gilmon's natural Digivolutions, Munmon's natural Digivolutions, Kumamon's natural Digivolutions. And you can see Cougarmon level 45, Munmon, Gilmon level 45, Renamon level 45. The others are level 1. I put in Renamon and Gilmon. And the reason why I put Renamon and Gilmon in is because I'm going to be... when I take on the 4 leaders and Kurt, I'm going to be going up against quite a large number of different Digimon, including Hyandromon and Zambomon, both of whom have one-hit knockout attacks, and that is capable of defeating Kotemon because it's a one-hit knockout. And so by having Renamon and Gilmon as well, should Kotemon get defeated by a one-hit knockout attack, then we can then switch to either Renamon or Gilmon and then use a life disc to revive Kotemon. I've got life plugs should my MP become low. I can't imagine it being necessary to have items for healing HP because Final Hill will completely recover Kotemon's HP as well as Gilmon's and Renamon's, should their HP go down, but hopefully we won't need to use them. And before taking on the leaders, I'm in the circuit board and I'm going to be taking on the 6 black Digimon, Black Mega Gargomon, Black Imperialdramon, Black Seraphimon, Black Wargreymon, Black Kingnumamon, and Black Wargreymon. Once I defeat them, I'll then move on to the 4 leaders, starting with the one in Tyranno Valley. And here we are against Black Mega Gargomon. And since I've got Wind Power S, I use Impact Rush, and that did over 1200. And I can only assume that it's because of the Wind Power S that Impact Rush seems to generally do more damage than Blast Mode, even though the reverse was true beforehand, but that was on a different file when I was using Water Power 1, but see, Wind Power S is stronger, a lot stronger. The only annoying thing is I don't have a search crest, because that was something that I got in the other file, but not this one. So yeah, I'm going to start with the leader in Tyranno Valley, then it would be the leader in the East Sector City, then the 2 leaders in the Protocol Ruins, starting with the one who's on the spot that Pharamon was on in the Asuka server prior to defeating Galacticmon, and then the one who's on the spot that the East Sector leader is on at the very beginning of the game. This is before fighting Master Tyrannomon. I then head back to the Amaterasu city, where I am able to battle Kurt. One thing that I won't be doing is the Jewel Island, and that's because this is meant to be an overpowered run where I'm overpowered in the Digimon battles, not the card battles. And on this file, I haven't actually gone to Jewel Island as of yet. Over 1500, reduced his HP by about 45%. Then I can finish him off with my standard attack. I think these Digimon are tougher here than when you fight them before Galacticmon. but they're still easy to take down when you've got the stats that we've got, as well as the techniques and the Digivolutions that we've got. On this file, I have been pretty much everywhere on foot and collected the loose items, but I haven't used any of the seabeds or circuit boards, with the exception of this circuit board. And I've not been to Jewel Island. The seabeds and circuit boards, they are much bigger than they used to be. We can only go to the central sector and the east sector. We can't go anywhere else in the game. But the seabeds and circuit boards have been like massively expanded, and it's a real pain having to use them. It's a good thing that Imperialdramon Paladin mode also knows Impact Rush. Because of that, we were able to load Impact Rush as well as Final Hill, meaning that we didn't need GranKuwagamon. I was saying about how the seabeds and circuit boards have been expanded. The seabeds, you can't get lost in them, because they're still the same when it comes to appearance. It's just you know, like when you start and then you proceed to the next part of the seabed, and then you proceed to the next part, and then usually there's a bit where you can swim up. You know, you don't have to go through too many before you find a spot where you can go up. Well, the seabeds are much longer in that you have to... You start off in an area, you go through to the next area, and then there's loads more areas than what there was in the seabeds before Galacticmon. The circuit boards, they really are a pain. They are enormous, and it's very easy to get lost. Because it's just one area, followed by another, followed by another, followed by another, and it's an absolute nightmare. The seabeds and circuit boards do contain items. They are mostly the items that are needed for combining with other items when trying to produce the 5 strongest epic items. Because you start off with the 5 basic items, like Old Wand and all those items, and then when you get, and this is before Galacticmon, you know, when you get like a certain rookie up to level 45, there'll then be like a Digimon that will feature somewhere in the game, and then they'll like combine one of the 5 basic items with like a different item, like one that you can buy from the shop, you know, like a weapon, you know, a weapon that you can buy from the shop, and then they'll combine them to make a more powerful weapon, and you have to keep going like that, and then once you have done all like the weapon combinations that can be done, you then go to the Metal-Etamons in the north sector, and they then do more like combinations, which results in the 5 strongest epic items being produced. Here, after Galacticmon, the circuit boards and the seabeds, they contain the items which you have to give to certain Digimon. You know, it contains some of the items that get combined with like the Old Wand, the Rusty Rifle, etc. I don't think the seabeds or circuit boards contain the 5 strongest epic items, just some of the items that have to be combined with other items when taking steps towards trying to get the 5 strongest epic items. And I have to be honest, I don't actually know if it's even possible to get the 5 strongest epic items after defeating Galacticmon. Because I've never like done it after Galacticmon, I've always done it before Galacticmon. Because when I tried to do it after Galacticmon, I didn't have any joy, but to be fair, I didn't really know what I was doing. If it is possible to get the 5 strongest epic items after beating Galacticmon, then I don't know how to do it. I've always got 5 items before Galacticmon. But the fact that the seabeds and circuit boards contain some of the items which get combined with different items when like working towards the 5 strongest epic items, it does make me wonder if there's some way of doing it, but I really don't know, because even though there are like some of the items lying around, I've never encountered any of the Digimon that like combine the items in order to produce different items. I've never encountered any of those Digimon here in the game after Galacticmon. I've only ever encountered them in the game before Galacticmon, once you get the appropriate rookie up to level 45. I have Googled, you know, like, getting the 5 strongest epic items after Galacticmon, but I've never, like, found anything conclusive. Like, I found, like, people making claims and then other people responding by, like, invalidating the claims. And I've also sort of stumbled upon, like, speculations which haven't led to any conclusions. And I just don't know what to make of it. I've always got into the habit of getting the items before Galacticmon. There is one item there just ahead of me. I don't collect it though because it's not of any interest to me. There are other items lying around in the, like, circuit boards and seabeds, but I think it's just item chips, so nothing of, like, tremendous importance. I mean, you can buy item chips from the junk shop in Wedge's shop, and I've got the item that enables me to have access to that area. But the item chips that I bought and then used on Cotemon, I didn't buy those item chips after Galacticmon, I bought them before Galacticmon. Because you also have access to the junk shop within Wedge's shop before Galacticmon. I think that you have access to it once you defeat the Megami President. Here in this stage of the game, you don't initially have access to the junk shop, but there's an item hidden in the El Dorado area, and I obtained that item, so I have access to the junk shop if I wanted to go there for whatever reason. Skull Mammothmon is just a regular Digimon. I shouldn't have too many problems with him. I think that did more than half of his HP. Oromuntsimon, he's not a regular Digimon. He was one of the bosses prior to Galacticmon. You encounter him in the sewer near the secret room. You rescue Lisa from him, and then Kurt shows up. Because these leaders, like some of their Digimon are just like regular Digimon that you just encounter in standard battles, but some of them are Digimon who were bosses that you faced prior to Galacticmon, Oromuntsimon being one of them. Waymon is not one of them. He is a bit of a frustrating opponent though, due to how high his HP is. It's 1290, and it's probably done about a maximum of 15% of his HP. So I tried blast mode to see what that's like. 1100, so even less damage. I know not to try Inferno. I'm not going to use Inferno against a water Digimon. So Impact Rush seemed like the most powerful choice of attack, and it costs less MP than Blast Mode as well. I think 2 more of these should finish the job. So that's the first leader taken care of. When I was battling Lord Megadeth, there was something that I was going to ask, which I don't think I did ask, and that's the Digimon that he has, the 3 Digimon of his that you have to battle, do they exist outside of this game? As I can't say that I've ever encountered them in Digimon World, the first Digimon World game, which is the only other Digimon game that I've completed apart from this one. And I can't say I remember those Digimon from any of the Digimon seasons, and it just makes me wonder if those Digimon are exclusive to this game, or if they're in other Digimon games, or possibly even the Digimon seasons. I believe there are some Digimon that only exist in the games and don't exist in the seasons. or at least they didn't exist in the seasons initially, so they featured in the games first and then featured in the seasons later on. As I think Hercules Carbuterimon was a Digimon that only existed in the games, but I have a feeling that since then a season of Digimon has been created where he does feature in it, but don't quote me on that. I'm going by like vague memory. Pharamon doesn't like fire, that's good news for me, and he goes down in 1, over 4,600 damage. Master Tyrannomon, well, at the start of this playthrough I did over 10,000 damage against him, but I think he's going to put up more of a fight this time. Yeah, only 1100 this time, and it took about, I'd say about a quarter of his health, maybe 30%. $900, that's weaker. Regular attack might have finished him off, but I just wanted to not take any risks. Chimeramon. That's one of the Digimon that was used by one of the AOA chiefs. So I would say that all 3 of these Digimon were boss Digimon, not just regular in Digimon that you encounter. If that wasn't a critical hit, then that was pretty good. That did about 1/3 of his HP. And he's taken care of. Okay, it definitely wasn't a critical hit the first time, because the second time it did more than double what it did the first time, quite a bit more than double. If I had to give like feedback to this extra bit of the game, which is exclusive to Digimon World 2003, then for me this extra bit unfortunately is the worst part of the game, in my opinion. Just when I think about the whole of Digimon World 2003, I think that this extra bit that you only get in this game and not Digimon World 3, I think that this is like the weakest part of the game, unfortunately, and I do think that it wasn't necessary. I do feel like it would have made more sense to just end after Galacticmon, like the original Digimon World 3 does. I mean, if this extra bit is the only difference between Digimon World 3 and Digimon World 2003, then personally I think that we should have just gotten Digimon World 3 and not have Digimon World 2003, which has some extra stuff, which in my opinion is like the low point of the game. I just don't like the fact that you're restricted to the central sector and east sector only. I don't like how big and complicated the seabeds and circuit boards are, particularly the circuit boards. I don't like how cramped the game is, from where you've got all of the, or most of the characters from the game just rammed into two sectors. We explored 2 servers, which each contained 5 sectors. Central, east, south, west, north. Can we beat this Digimon in one once again? We can. Almost 6,000 damage. So yeah, 2 servers, each containing 5 sectors, so effectively 10 sectors, and most of the characters from those 10 sectors just, rammed into 2 sectors. And I also don't like how there isn't really much to do in this extra part of the game. You can't go any further than the station in the east sector. And apart from the Jewel Island and the 6 black Digimon in the circuit board, the 4 leaders and Kurt, you can't really do much more other than just raise your Digimon and try and complete your Digivolution chart, try and maximize your stats and more stuff like that. But if you've defeated Kurt, then you don't really have anything to use those stats for, because I'm pretty sure it's just going to be just the random Digimon encounters that's all you're going to be faced with, I think. Okay, the king of the Jewel Island is Keith. So it looks like he's like a master of Digimon cards, as well as having quite a big role in the game up until Galacticmon. Nick is located in the city, in the place where the auctions are held. I don't think there are any auctions in this extra part of the game, but Nick is located there. He doesn't do anything useful. Keith, like I said, he's the king of the Jewel Island, whereas previously it had been a Divermon and an Etamon. Lisa is in the Central Park. You can card battle her, but that's about it. Kurt, I think, is located in the control room where Datamon and Black Wargreymon had previously been. And then he's also the opponent that you go up against once you defeat the 4 leaders. And off the top of my head, I can't actually remember where Cow and Teddy are, or if they have any useful purpose. So that's the 4th and final leader taken care of. So that just leaves Kurt left to do. He is the most, well, in my opinion, he is the most powerful opponent that you can possibly face in the whole of Digimon World 2003. I suppose it's possible that people might disagree, but even if individual people don't consider Kurt to be the toughest, I'm sure that everybody would at least consider him to be among the toughest. But this is an overpowered run, and you'll be able to see how we fare against the toughest opponent in the game when we ourselves are about as overpowered as you can realistically be. And apart from maximising my tolerances, I don't think my stats can get any better. I would consider the Digimon that I'm using to be among the elite, and and I would say the same about the techniques that I'm using. And obviously this is an overpowered run, that was the aim, that's what this has been intended to be. I'm not saying that, you know, my Digimon are the absolute best. You know, I'm sure that, you know, I'm sure there would have been ways of doing like an even more overpowered run, and I'm sure that there's people who would be able to beat my Digimon if there was a way of going against other people, you know, throughout the world. I'm sure there's people who have much better sort of techniques, like tactics, you know, ways of fighting, and you know, there's some people who might be able to beat me pretty easily. But I think that this playthrough has lived up to its name of Overpowered Run, even if I wasn't like as overpowered as humanly possible. I'm sure I wasn't too far away. Out of Kurt's 3 Digimon, I would probably say that Datamon, who we are currently up against, is the second toughest of his 3 Digimon. The next one, Bulbmon, I would say he's the toughest, but I'm talking from the perspective of someone who's using the Digimon that I've got with the techniques that I've got and the stats that I've got. I'm sure that there are scenarios where Datamon could be seen as the toughest or the weakest, and scenarios where Bulbmon could be seen as the weakest. But for me, I would say Bulbmon is the biggest issue. Because my attacks aren't doing a huge amount of damage, and he is sort of blocking like 1 in 3 of my attacks. I am slightly faster because I attack twice in a row there. Then he does speed up, and then it occurs to me, like, can speed exceed 999? If you use speed up, you know, can you like effectively have more than 999 speed? And the fact that Bulbmon went twice in a row would imply that he is faster than me, despite the fact that my speed is at the maximum. So, yeah, I guess if you do speed up when you've got 999 speed, then you still end up going faster. But I didn't think to like use a Digimon where I could load like a technique that boosts your speed. And now that Bulbamon's out of the way, it's probably not going to be of huge significance. This Digimon is vulnerable to fire, so Inferno is the technique to use. Two hits, but it did 1700 damage. That's a critical hit that time, so I ended up doing almost double what I did the first time. And I think the next attack that I use is going to be the last. And that brings us to the end. So, as well as doing all of the game up until Galacticmon, I also did the extra stuff after Galacticmon, and that brings us to the end of the Overpowered Run for this game. I would like to do more Overpowered Runs for Digimon World, but I don't think it's likely that I will do more Overpowered Runs for this game, just due to the fact that I got less enjoyment from doing this Overpowered Run for this Digimon game than the Overpowered Runs that I did for the first Digimon World game. But that's it complete. I can only hope that you liked it, and well, if you watched this all the way through, then I'm very grateful that you chose to devote your time to me and this run that I did, and I hope that your feelings about this run have been positive, and if you've got anything to say, then the comment section is ready for you, and I thank you all for watching.